Hoi! Hoi, 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 hoi. Hello, everyone. Making sure we're all set to go here a little bit. Hope everyone is having a decent Friday. A little bit. So kind of big news happened today as I'm setting this up actually here. It's partially why we're starting this off playing the Danganronpa 2 music here. Courtesy of Anime Expo, good old AX over there. So I think Gotaka's over there having a Danganronpa 2x2 panel over there. Shouts to James, the sweet, at proto.social on Blue Sky here. Cause yeah, we got some new deets a little bit here that I just want to read out here. I feel like it'd be kind of fun to just go over some of this bit here. The new 2x2 scenario is called the Slay Him scenario. Good name. It instills confidence of what's about to happen here. Yeah, I recommend having read the original first. Fair enough. I already did that like years back a little bit, so whenever we get around the 2x2, I am definitely jumping into that fucking Slay Him scenario and just be like, what is gonna happen? Slay Him is 20% larger than the original scenario. That's a pretty big surprise. Considered the main focus of 2x2 was a collaboration directly with Kodaka as a co-writer. And that's a pretty big one, because I think for a bit, like, I think the news was like he was like producing, doing some directing here and there. And like the main writer was like one of his co-workers that did some routes for 100 Line and Shoe and Order, which were some of my favorite stuff of those visual novels actually. But yeah, it's cool as he's in there and doing things there, like wacky Kodaka's trick. Tricky Kodaka. No longer side-scrolling world map, it's now an isometric 3D map, which is like the little minivan we saw in that one trailer, stuff like which is fair. We don't get to see the fucking funny walk animation that Hinata does and shit. And yeah, 2x2 has been delayed to early 2027, which is kind of fair because we haven't seen like anything like new in terms of like trailers or whatever and stuff, like just like the initial trailer for the most part from the Nintendo Direct here. That's kind of fair. It would be very genius if they released on a February 2nd to go with the 2x2 theming there. Or hell, make it close to my birthday even to be the perfect birthday present for little old me at the 25th over there. And a quote from Godaka where it's like, it wasn't my fault for delay, but don't worry, really mean it's coming early next year. In the meantime, you can play GTA 6, The 100 Light, and Shoe and Order. Get those in there, along with GTA 6 there. So yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah. Thought that was a little interesting to read out there a little bit, but what the fuck, the Slay Him route? Oh my god. So yeah, please look forward to that sometime next year when we cover that. I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna lose it, brother. Like. Yeah, other than that, though, I think we're pretty much ready to get going here, so let me get the PNG tuber on screen. Let me do the freaking, there we go. Hi, hello. Hello. It is me, Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. I'm gonna go and lower the music now. It's almost done. Actually, I'm just gonna go and lower now. It's like, wait, I don't need it anymore. And yeah, I might do a little bit of testing here to make sure things work, because my capture card's doing a thing, and then as I'm setting this up, where it's like cutting out when it's on and whatever, that I already did, like, even like replugged everything here. It's like, uh-oh. So hopefully that won't happen here. If it does, I'm like, uh-oh. Let's see. Yeah, capture card is now on. I'm gonna let it play for a minute to make sure it's all working here. Like, no cutouts anywhere here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we are good. I want to imagine it's probably because I have like 4 Chrome tabs open up and I'm trying to set this up, trying to like post on Blue Sky and make sure the Twitch stream is running. Imagine that's probably doing some stuff there. Now that I close it, it's probably not doing that, maybe, probably. I don't know. Streaming's hard. It makes me, it's scary. Anyway, more Tsukihime Remake, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon. We are starting off at day 9 the day 9 that's named Death for the subtitle. We're just like, uh-oh. Let's really check here. Yeah, look at that. That doesn't seem ominous. But yeah, last time just doing more vampire adventure with Ocarate a little bit. We're still on the lookout for the serial Soya slasher a little bit. That's also a vampire. We're taking care of some of his underlings a little bit and stuff like that, among like other Archway shenanigans. We got to see another Mystic Eyes user a little bit. Has the same death perception as us, so that's swell. I thought that was going to be an important guy, but it's also just kind of like a one-off shadow NPC, because they immediately get killed by Noel, that we now know is part of like the church executioners, and she's a battle nut and everything. She's got a big old halberd with a little phone charm on it. So that's cool. And then oh fuck, a cougar shows up. That's the same panther we seen like a bit ago when we first met Archway shows up again. You would think that would be related to like Vlav, but no, the panther is still around. It was like literally the last thing we saw at the end of last session. Where it was like, what? Why? Oh fuck, a cougar. So I am very curious on what's gonna happen after that. So let's go and jump right into it here. I should probably do something real quick here. I'm gonna up the audio on my end here. Since I'm a bit quiet on my end, I want to like bump up my own audio here. So give me 1 second. All right there. There we go. Get my TV back here. Okay. All right, let's begin Death. I'm sure everything will be fine. Yeah, gonna see if we can get to like maybe 3 days in this session, by the way, because yeah, 9, 10, 11. Because again, this 14 days long for this route, so we could probably do like another 3 days after that, and they'll probably make that the Arc Raid route finale session a little bit and stuff like that. So, but yeah, we'll see. There's still a chance like this could go on for like 7 hours. Like, uh-oh, with how long this might go. Get ready for Vlov 2, everyone. Anyway, white. The color pulls an old memory from the corners of my mind. Something I had long forgotten. Something I had no choice but to forget. Something that my father had ordered me to forget. It was a hot summer day. Huge, fluffy clouds covered a blue sky. The air shimmers with heat, and the keening of cicadas eats at me. The cries of the cicadas. Screech, screech, screech. It's so loud I wish I was dead. Cicada husks are scattered around. It feels as if the beating sun is right on top of us. Burning, sizzling, scorching the clearing. A hot midsummer day. It's as if the world has warped into one massive frying pan. I feel like we've been here before. Yeah, I'll probably continue off of this scene here. With the bloody Akane. Or not Akane, Akia. And the child that's probably dead over there. Akia's crying. The little girl who's always following after me is weeping into her hands. You know what that mean over there? A child is on the ground. He lies deathly still, his white shirt stained a deep red. I gaze down at them. My hands drip with that same red. No, that's not right. My hands are soaked in its blood. Shiki! The adults are here. Their faces contort as they realize what's transpired. They drag Akia away. The other thing is dead. Towering white clouds sail high above in the distance. Left alone, I gaze up vacantly at the summer sky. The adults are yelling. They're yelling the killer's name. My name. Screaming the same two syllables over and over, like they've lost their minds. Just two syllables. The adults call out Shiki as they bear down on me. My hands are drenched in blood. I still don't understand. Killing that which can be killed. Killing that which lives. What's wrong with that exactly? I open my tightly shut eyes. My dreams were familiar somehow. Something I didn't fully understand. I'm in my room. I remember losing consciousness in front of the gate, but I don't recall how I got here. I was hoping to see the cougar again. My mind is still sluggish. The events of last night come back to me in a scrambled mess. So many crazy things happen that I have trouble processing it all. But one part does stand out. Arkwade, the Man in Black, or Miss Noel. Yeah, best save just in case. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, so we know Miss Noel is part of the church executioners, like I mentioned at the beginning of this. We saw the Man in Black, who we assume seems to have the same ability as Shiki, the mystic eyes of death perception, so they can also see the lines that you would think would become a bigger deal, but no, this guy immediately just like just feels like a goon, a little mook. I just got one-shotted by Noel over here. But maybe there's more. That would be scary. Yeah, the only kind of like it was a little weird with Arkway there at the when our last hangout with her was she saw our blood and was kind of like a little bit at it kind of sort of I'm gonna probably press on that here. Really, that girl. From ambushing me at school to us patrolling the town, she didn't give me a moment of rest. On top of that, we even broke into the zombie's hideout, where she made me watch that intense fight. None of this would have been conceivable for me a week ago, and her demands get more ridiculous with each passing day. A part of me just wants to tell her to cut me some slack. But she's not all bad. She's always looking out for me in her own clumsy way. At least it's never a dull with her around. I guess that's why I don't find myself complaining. Yeah, this part. The thing that worries me is that look she had. It must be because her wound is still causing her pain. I'll have to check that she's all healed up tonight.
とにかくまず起きないと。
I have other things to worry about. Time to get moving. It's 7:30. Most days I'd be finished with breakfast by now.
翡翠はいないな。
Usually she's standing there like a shadow on the wall. I don't see her today. I bet she came to wake me up a few times. And when I wouldn't budge, she probably gave up and returned to her other duties.
疲れが溜まってて目が覚めなかったんだろうな。
A deep sigh escapes my lips. I'll be sure to take a nap before meeting up with Arkway tonight. There's no point letting my thoughts linger over what happened last night. I can just talk it over with Arkway later. And if I don't try to have a normal life during the day at least, I might go nuts.
よし、まずは朝食だ。
Honestly, I'm not really that hungry, but I could use the nutrients. Especially after last night. My body needs fuel to shake off this fatigue. Oh, fuck. I try lifting my body off the bed, only to find myself collapsing right back down. Like a tree felled for lumber. I tumble shoulder first onto the floor. I'm stuck here, unable to move my arms and legs. Thankfully, everything is so hazy that I've yet to panic. My body may be paralyzed, but I'm breathing normally. Must be an anemia again, I think dully, as if it were happening to someone else. And just like that, I spend my morning on the floor staring at the clock until Hisui comes to check on me just after 8. It's like, Hisui, I can't get off the floor, help.
申し訳ありません。どうかお叱りください。四季様の変調に気がつかなかった私の落ち度です。
翡翠は悪くないよ。いつものことだし、そう大げさに取らない。
I'm lying in my bed with my back prepped up against the headboard. If it weren't for Hisui, I'd still be playing on the floor.
学校の方には姉さんが連絡を入れてくれました。体調不良による欠席でよろしいのですね。
うん、それで頼む。ちょっと疲れが溜まっていただけだから、学校を休むのは後ろめたいけどね。
立てなくなるほどの疲れはもう疲れとは言えないかと存じます。四季様は遠野家の長男。ご自分のお体をもっと大切にしていただかなければ困ります。
いや、ちゃんと大切にしてるよ。
I offered Anka reassurance after Hisui's surprisingly harsh words. Hisui's reaction when she found me sure was something. When she first opened the door, she was frozen stiff for a few seconds. She then rushed over to help me, and with a face full of determination and purpose, she froze again for a solid minute. Flustered, she paced around the room for a few minutes before finally leaving to get Kohaku. Even though Hisui wasn't the one to physically pick me up, there's no question her commitment to my well-being. After that, Kohaku helped me to bed and made me some rice porridge, which brings us to now. The one silver line to all this is that Akia has already left for school. If I had fallen 30 minutes earlier, she may have been late.
とにかくありがとう、翡翠。美味しいご飯も食べたし、こうしていれば貧血も収まるから、仕事に戻っていいよ。
かしこまりました。ですが、せめて診察は受けていただきます。今朝は荒木先生がいらっしゃいますので、
Oh boy.
これを機にしっかりお体を見ていただくのはいかがでしょうか。
What a coincidence. So that all ball doctor's here too, huh? I really don't think I need to be examined, but I doubt Hisui will just let this go. Oh. Go obviously, Steven. Yeah, we did Kohaku last time they did this again here. The last time they did this here, so I figured yeah, we'll see what Arak's up to, as well as them mentioning that here. Okay, Kohaku is probably busy with other work, so I'll see Professor Arak. I don't exactly trust her, but she is a professional. Scrapes and bruises should be right up her alley. Plus, I still don't know the extent of my injuries from my run-in with Miss Noel last night. Couldn't hurt to get looked at, just in case I have an internal bleeding or something.
おしまいと聞いてやってきたけど、お客さん、悪いところは見当たらないわよ。
Yay!
頭の一つでも言っちゃってるかと期待して飛んできたのに、これじゃ私欲求不満よ。あ、性的な意味もあるけど、主に知識欲の話ね。
Despite complaining the whole time, Professor Arag takes a thorough look over my body. She checks the sound of my pulse and measures my heart rate. I also have her examine my legs, which have weighed on my mind since my fight with Vlav. Ultimately, she finds nothing wrong. Everything comes back well within the norm. With an overdramatic pout, Professor Rock appears disappointed that there wasn't something more.
ま、体温は少しだけ下がってるし。よし、つまんないから1本ぐらいお注射決めておきましょう。今回は試しにプラセンタ
Yo, placenta injection?
もともと女性向けの栄養剤だけど、おすすめよこれ。
Placenta? The stuff extracted from uterine tissue? I hear it's mostly used in cosmetics, but it can also act as a stimulant for recovery from fatigue. They say it even has anti-aging properties.
お願いします。以前お世話になっていた医院でもたまに打ってもらっていましたから。
あらあら、話が早くて助かるわ。さすが病弱少年、痛いのは慣れているのね。
慣れてませんよ。基本は内服薬でしたし、注射はたまにしかありませんでした。
ふむ。は
ふむふむ
ーい、じゃあもう一度お手手を出して。はーい、ザッキュ
Ugh.
ー。幹部ごと患者のハート1コロよ。
I seriously disagree with her choice of onomatopoeia. With my shot done, the checkup is over. Except... Professor Rocks makes no move to leave the room. Instead, she lingers behind, her eyes fixated on my body.
博士、何かまだ他に要件？
そうなの。診察中にチラッと見えちゃったから気になって。しきちゃん、ガバッと洋服脱いでくれる？
Whoa.
はあ？
Like all of them?
裸ですか？
そうそうそう。あ、真っ赤になる必要はないわよ。私もまだトーちゃんに殺されたくないし。見たいのはしきちゃんの上半身。そちら、胸にすっごい傷跡があるんじゃない？
そっちですか。まあ、いいですけど。
I'm not lying about the idea, but there's no reason for me to say no. She is a doctor, after all. I take off my shirt and sit on the bed.
いいじゃないメープルでジューシーな感じ。いい腕してるって思ったけど、こうして全体として見るとそそるわ。
I'm like the most slender boy ever. What are you talking about?
しきちゃん一人いれば食うに困らないわ、私。
She seems unable to contain her joy as she probes my shoulders, arms, and stomach. Touched like this, and given her full choice of dress, I find myself getting a little worked up.
胸の傷跡を見るんじゃないんですか？
おっと、そうだった。失敗失敗。おー、なるほど。なんか使ったにせよ完全に塞がってるわ。貧弱なのに代謝機能は人並みというか、生き残りやすいというか。あー、
Why am I even here?
すっごく残念。しきちゃん何も引くものがないんだもの。
After a couple of minutes, Professor Rock moves away from the bed, seemingly satisfied.
でもすっごい傷よね。普通の人間どころか映画に出てくる吸血鬼だって死んでるわよ。事故に遭った時はどのくらい痛かったのかしら。私想像するだけでドキドキしちゃう。
そうですか。何でもガラス片が降ってきて突き刺さったらしいです。
Flustered by her use of the word vampire, I explained something that doesn't need explaining.
あれ、覚えてないの？覚えてないのね。ならそれはまた別の話としましょう。しきちゃんはここに帰ってきちゃったんだもの。
Hold on. What did she just say?
なんて、なんでもない、なんにもない。それじゃあ私はこれにて退場。またいつかラブのタイミングがあった時に会えるといいわね。
Okay. Professor Rock leaves, her heels clicking against the floor. Huh. Something about the way she walks reminds me of a spider skittering after its prey. Trying to get cozy again. It's afternoon now. After having a light lunch, I return to my room. Isui urged me to get some rest today, not that I have anything to do in the first place.
体の調子は戻ったんだし、ここは。
Ooh boy, take a walk around the first floor, take a walk around the second floor here. Would you rather on the first floor or second floor? $1 or $2? I don't really care. We're already on the second floor. Should just do the second floor. After mulling over what to do, I decided to take my first walk around the estate in 7 years. I'll start with the second floor. The Tono Mansion is split into the East Wing and the West Wing. The East Wing contains Akia's office, and even further in, her private quarters. It's practically her own little kingdom. I'm a little hesitant to intrude, so I'll stick to the west wing for today. I make for the west hallway. The path to my right connects to the lobby. Continuing forward would take me into the heart of the west wing.
It's time to drink water.
Go time to drink some water.
It's time to drink water.
And of course, my own room is directly behind me. Almost every room facing this hallway is empty. They would have been used by extended family members when my father was alive.
この先の行き止まりが確か
Makihisa Tono's study. Arkue's words from last night linger in my mind. It's not just you that's special, it's your lineage. That's absurd. Then again, she's not the type to assert something without good reason. I really shouldn't. I think we should probably search. You aren't giving me the prompt, you know I'm gonna do it. Like, fucking. Well, let's do that.
秋葉は学校に行っている琥珀さんは買い物で留守翡翠は1階で清掃中
Yeah, perfect opportunity. I'm completely alone. Some might consider it taboo to snoop around a dead man's room, but this is my house too. Don't I have a right to know what's in there? Besides, what's the harm in taking a quick peek inside my dad's room? The door at the end is locked. I take off my glasses and slice through the lines sitting on the lock. There's no going back now. After a quick check back down the hall once more to make sure nobody else is there, I venture in.
なんだこの部屋暗すぎないか
Even with the curtains closed, it shouldn't be this dark. I grope around the wall for a light switch before stopping myself. Turning the light would only broadcast the fact that somebody's in here. I'm probably just being paranoid, but I end up opting for my phone's flashlight instead. You know, got night armor in there?
なんだ思ったより片付いているじゃないか
The interior is similar to Akio's office. I suppose it's only been a month since he died, so it's not too surprising it's still like this. Even his bookshelf is the same as it was before he died. Which begs the question, why is it so dark in here? I shine my phone towards the window to see what's up with the curtains. Oh, they're chained up. Underneath the darkness, I find something you never expect in an ordinary room. A seal of some kind.
鉄格子なんで
None of this makes any sense, but it's hard to deny something when it's staring you right in the face. In place of windows, I find a section of solid wall. It was this, not curtains, that was blocking out the light. A thick set of iron bars has been mounted across the wall, as if to keep something out. Or perhaps, to keep something trapped within. There's even more on the other side over there. This looks really bad. I don't know what this darkness means, but I do know that I stumbled upon something I never should have laid eyes on. A cage of madness. That's what this is. I have to get out of this room right away. The others can't know I was here. Not Akia, not Kohaku, not anybody. If someone found out, it'd probably damage our relationship beyond repair.
いやここまで来て何ビビってるんだ俺は
I continue searching the room, my phone lighting the way. The bookcase also catches my eye, but I don't have time to rummage through it. I'll search Makihisa's desk first. That old man always kept things just so. If there's anything to find, I'm sure that's where I should look. He might have documents on Akia, me, or the company hidden in one of his drawers. The first two drawers are unlocked, so I check them first. They're totally empty. The third drawer down, however, seems to require a key. I'm guessing this one hasn't been opened since my father died. I take out my glasses once again and kill the lock.
本日記帳かこれ
Inside the last drawer are a bundle of old papers and a thick book. The papers looks to be a Tono family tree.
なんだってこんなところにけど随分と古い紙だな
This must have been passed down from generation to generation. Bingo. Right below Maki Satono, I find Shiki Tono and Akia Tono. Wait a second.
なんだこれ。親父のやつ、9年前に養子を取ってる。あ、けどすぐに病死しちゃってるな。
9 years ago, I would have been 8. I may have been young, but it's pretty weird that I don't have a single memory of them. Maybe it was the child of a mistress that was kept under wraps? But could the old man I know, always no nonsense by the book, really do something like that?
そんなわけないか。けど、うちの当主ってみんな短命なんだな。親父も50前に病死したわけだし、その前は30歳の時に事故死。
Hang on a second. That's too weird to just be a coincidence. I pore over the family tree. I didn't read it wrong. Everyone in the Tono family has died under mysterious circumstances. Suicides, accidents, murders, unexplained disappearances. Not a single person on here died peacefully at the end of a long life. I don't know how else to explain it other than that they were cursed. The thing that sticks out most is that the majority of them took their own lives. Many killed themselves on the eve of their adulthood or soon after. Light fades from my vision. There's a sensation of blood pooling in the back of my head. Numbness is spreading through my arms and legs. My breathing grows shallower with every second. My gaze drifts back to the journal, focusing in on it to ward off the rising feeling of vertigo and dread. I flip the page. This one's dated 2004. That's the same year the child Maki's adopted passed away in secret. My eyes dissect each word before moving on to the next. The writing is neat. It looks to be penned by my late father's meticulous hand. I feverishly read the page.
遠野の一族は呪われている。近代に移ってから生まれてくる子供には、のからの覚醒遺伝が。
This entry is almost 10 years old. The ink has faded in places, making the word difficult to decipher.
もちろん、私も私の子供たちも例外ではない。秋葉には特に強見られる。我が子の未来を思うと悲しい。紹介された医師の話によると、幼年期から厳しく教育すれば発言は、今夜も手術が必要だという。秋葉に教えることはできない。あの子は私を恨むだろう。理由なく厳しく当たる私を憎むだろう。だが私は安堵している。どれほど秋葉が後に近と言っても、あの兄に比べれば、
What is this? The Tono family is cursed? Latent genes? Surgery for Akia? And who's that last line about? Her brother, her brother, her brother. The answer is obvious.
こんにちは、四季君。
Is it him? Ah! My stomach feels hot. The scar on my chest has gotten numb plenty of times, but this is an entirely new experience. An excruciating pain erupts from within, like my organs are being branded with an iron rod. Sensation begins slipping away from my toes. I slump against the desk, attempt to brace myself with my hands. Unable to maintain my grip, I fall to the ground back first.
その
Yep.
日記はまずい。何しろ、まだ検閲が済んでいない。君に見られる予定もない。
Thanks, Godo. My mind drifts away. The man's voice, it's...
君にはもう少し、あの未熟な当主殿をかき回して欲しかったのだがね。どうやってかは知らないが、鍵を手に入れたのが、君の不運ということだ。
By the time I notice, my breathing has long since ceased. The lines, once clear as day, are gone, as is my headache. Of course. Only now does it dawn on me. Those insufferable headaches were also a kind of salvation. I mean, how am I supposed to wake up without them? Shikitano, whose body had lost its function long ago, drifts off into an eternal sleep. Yay! I did it again, everyone! Bad in number 2. Teach me, Miss CL! Of course! This is number 8, actually. Okay, we got 2 last time. Yo, Rocket!
なぜエビは跳ねるのか。なぜ主人公は鍵のかかっ
Is
た
that a
部
cougar?
屋に入るのか。人類史における数々のミステリーに真っ向から挑む知能番組教えてシエル先生。あっちまるよ。
こんにちは。デッドエンドのなかった6、8日間
Yeah, a little bit.
十分にお休みできましたか？物語はいよいよ佳境。ここからまた死亡ケースが多発しますので、
That's cool.
賢明な遠野くんにおかれましては気を引き締めて選択肢を選んでいただければ。では今回のデッドエンドですが、後ろからぐっさりですね。
メガネともあろう男が油断しすぎだよにゃ。それともあの包帯男見かけよりやるってこと？
It's a pretty strong mummy.
あの部屋の異様さに飲まれていたのもありますが、遠野くんの不注意ですね。そもそもこの手の潜入捜査は2人1組が理想です。
Yeah, maybe we get someone to examine that with us. Yeah, okay.
1人が扉のそばで誰か来ないかを見張り、
Yeah,
もう
yeah.
1人が書類を吟味する。そういった頼れる誰かと縁ができるまで、この書斎の調査は控えた方がよろしいかと。
Humu humu.
まさに SPY。 でもそんなスキル持った知り合いいる？
I don't know.
シエルは武闘派だからそういうの向いてに良さそうだし。
単独であればできないことはありませんが、遠野くんのフォローをしながら潜入というのは確かに私向きではありませんね。いつかそういった見方ができればいいのですが。
露骨にフラグを立てやがって。誰かな？
Perhaps a little Sakin?
そっちかな？
Or Sachin, rather?
さあ、そこまでは何とも。少なくとも私たちの吸血鬼事件には関わりのない話でしょう。さて、今回の死因ははっきりしていますので、前の選択肢に戻るだけで OK です。君子危うきに近寄らず、当の巻久氏の書斎は避けて安全な場所を選びましょう。
Oh! Oh! Oh!
屋敷の中もデストラップだらけとか、この屋敷どうな
Dude,
っ
he
て
just
んの？
fucking exploded. Thank you, Miss CL. Alright, well. Yeah, bad in, but I felt like we got some little tidbits there. It's like, something's going on with his family. Like, freaking... So, yeah, I'm curious if we might learn more. Like they were mentioned, like having someone to help you out there or whatever. Stuff like that. Could be something there. And shit. But yeah, we can't go in there, like, at all, though. So, let's not do that. Let me just, yeah, we really shouldn't. I shouldn't do anything too hasty. Arkwright's words still rest uneasily on my mind, but there's no guarantee I'll find what I'm looking for in the old man's study. What would I say to Kohaku or Hisui if they caught me snooping around? Or that maybe that mummy guy shows up again. He'd probably stab me in the back, call it a hunch. There's too much risk involved. I decide to walk around the first floor instead. I find myself squinting from the sunlight peeking through the windows. The lobby never ceases to amaze me. When I was little, I used to get in trouble all the time for exploring the mansion. It seems like a castle back then. I was so certain that if I looked hard enough, I would find some secret passageway into another world. That sense of adventure is gone now, though, along with my nagging father. They're all in the past.
懐かしいな。昔は屋敷の廊下を歩くだけでドキドキしたっけ。
7-year-old memories of sneaking through the lobby began to resurface. Spurred by those echoes of the past, I began my stroll around the mansion. I head outside to the terrace. Strange as it is, I have a better recollection of the grounds than the mansion itself. It's hard to fathom just how enormous the estate is. If the mansion itself is 10 times bigger than most houses, then the land beneath it must rival the size of an amusement park. To a 10-year-old like me, it must have seemed like a dreamland, a fantasy world that I could all call my own. I spent a day roaming around and carved my name into the trees and the dirt. Aki and I had a game where we'd see who could claim the most territory. We decided at one point that we controlled any area we card our name on. From there, we set out to tag pretty much everything we could find. Most of the time we spent together was actually out here in the garden. Though unlike me, she listened to Makihisa, so she could only play for 30 minutes a day. Even so, all she ever did was follow closely behind us, listening carefully to what we said. But once she got going, she'd run around, turning everything into a competition.
なんだ、あいつ。昔から今の性格の下地はあったんじゃないか。
Could have been a facade, an act she was putting on in front of the old man. Still, even if that were true, she's changed too much. Or maybe I just didn't understand how long 7 years can be. Time passes and children grow up. Neither of us is who we were back then.
Oh, あったあった。
There's a gazebo in the country courtyard. At the base of one of the pillars, hidden from the sun's gaze, I find a name etched into the stone. I circle around the building, counting names as I go. Shiki, Akia, Shiki, Shiki, Shiki. It looks like this place was fought over 5 times. Most places are the same, with my name appearing a lot more than hers. Akia was still a little girl. She probably just couldn't keep up with my boundless energy.
まったく、手加減ぐらいしてやればよかったのに。
Although it's not like I can go back and change what happened just because I feel bad about it now. Akia has always hated losing. From the looks of this, I bet I made her shed quite a few tears.
そうか。案外この恨みを今になって晴らしてるのかもな。はい。
Akia is the last person I expect to do that, but there is something incredibly adorable about the thought of it.
ああ、なんか俺もとことんバカ兄貴だ。
I chuckle wryly to myself before lifting my head. I've had some fun walking down memory lane. Maybe it's time to head back in. But before I turn to leave, something catches my eye. I spy another marking scratch onto the underside of the gazebo's ceiling.
あんなところに。
Gazebo, or is it like gazebo? It's probably gazebo, actually. How did that get carved there? I doubt an adult could even reach that high, let alone a child.
なんだろう。俺の名前だけど。
From within the gazebo, I put my feet up on the handrail to get a better look. It's well hidden, but those won't be able to see it unless they crouch at the correct angle. There, lurking in a hidden corner of the ceiling. Beware your brother. I don't understand. Beware your brother? This isn't Akia's handwriting, which would mean I wrote this. A sudden sound draws my attention. Through the trees, I glimpsed the brown and white of a maid's uniform.
あれ、翡翠。
She hasn't noticed me. For whatever reason, she continues further into the forest.
なんで森に。
All that's out there is more trees. So what could she possibly be doing? Curious, I decided to follow her for a bit. There's a path through the forest, though it hasn't been paved. They say these woods were once the main part of the Tono family estate. Originally, the land where the mansion and the garden stand was just the entranceway of this forest. But after the war, the head of the family decided to change things to how they are now. I proceed through the woods. The trees aren't too dense, but they seem to stretch on into infinity. Eventually, I spot a strange building.
あんな建物あったっけ？
What is that over there? I half expect Hisui to go inside, but instead she walks in the opposite direction. Maybe it's some kind of temple or gathering hall. I continue treading along. After about 10 minutes of walking, the labyrinth of trees comes to an abrupt end.
広場だ。
In the middle of the forest is an unnaturally open field. What could this place be? At the very least, I have no memory of it. If I hadn't tailed Hisui, I would have never known about this tiny patch of land buried deep in the forest.
こんなところあったかな？あったなら学校の遊び場だけど。
I have no recollection of playing in this clearing with Hakia. At least, I don't think I do. I contemplate for a second before stepping into the clearing. There's not much out here. Hisui, who had been ahead of me this whole time, is nowhere to be seen.
なんだ。ただの空き地じゃないか。
The sun beats down harder in the center of the clearing. Even looking down, its glaring white rays overtake my vision. I wonder if it's because I've been in the shade for so long. It feels like the middle of summer. Glancing upward, I find huge, fluffy clouds high in the sky. The air shimmers with heat, and the keening of cicadas eats at me. The cries of the cicadas. We're almost saying again. My consciousness sizzles. My knees buckle, butting into a scalding sand and soil. I know this place. I may have forgotten, but I know it. The summer sun batters my forehead. The screams of cicadas echoes in my ear. The smell of assaults my nostrils. At my feet lies a crumpled mass, dark and red, that was alive just moments ago. The wound in my chest flares like a knife. Splitting skin and flesh, this pain punctures through my chest. The cicadas screech. They wail for it to stop. They cry for the dead. I hear more screeching of cicadas, even though it's already autumn. Looking up, I feel the summer sun pierce my eyes. The tepid air makes me feel sick. I'm besieged by the sights and sounds of empty shells. A husk of a cicada lies at my feet. A husk that was once human. The wound splits open. A deluge of red spills out of the chest, coating my hands in a glistening crimson. I glimpse the silhouette of a figure slumped over, followed by the sound of a young girl's footsteps rushing towards it. Towering clouds sail high above in the distance. Beneath a blue sky, creatures have cast off the shell of this mortal coil. By the time I realize what's happening, I see Akia, bloodied and crying. I'm in hell. The shrill of the cicadas threatens to pierce my eardrums like a needle. What is this? My chest stings. I think I'm going to be sick. My wound should have closed a long time ago. Why does it hurt so bad now? It feels busted, unimpeded. A red fluid begins to flow. What's happening? My wound hasn't healed at all. It hurts. I'm scared. This is the impulse of death. My consciousness plummets. Plus blood blooms where my wound tears open. My mind regresses, smothered by illusions of summer. It feels like my soul is escaping. I hear the soft thud of my body hitting the grass. I can hear people talking.
秋葉様、お医者様をお呼びしないのですか？
バカなことは言わないで翡翠。呼べるわけがないでしょ。兄さんの傷は普通の傷じゃないんだから。
Akia and Hisui are speaking. This is Shiki's room. I'm sleeping on the bed. My senses are finally back. I try to push myself up and break the tension of the greeting, but my body won't listen to my brain's commands. Though the pain in my chest is gone, my entire body feels like lead. Looks like my mouth and eyes are the only things I've got control over.
一体どういうつもりなの翡翠。兄さんはあの場所に近づけてはいけないって。あなたも知っているでしょうに。
申し訳ありません。
謝って済む問題じゃないわ。あなたを兄さん付きの使用人にしたのはこういう事態を避けるためでしょ。それを忘れてあなたは何をやっていたっていうのよ。
Akia is seething mad. This might be the most emotion I've ever seen from her. Hisui, head bowed, simply receives her scolding. I don't know what led to all this. All I can tell is that Hisui is getting yelled at because of me.
ほら、口にしてもらえないかしら翡翠。あなたは今日一日どこで何をしていたのかを。この人が朝に倒れたことも報告せず、天津さえあの森に行かせてしまった。これは明確な意図があってのことよね。答えなさい翡翠。あなたも私に逆らうつもりなの？
Hisui maintains her silence. The air in the room grows heavier with every breath. Akia bites her lip and takes a step forward. It's obvious to me that she's going to strike her. Hisui continues to look down at the floor, ready to accept her punishment.
ちょっと待て、秋葉。
兄さん、気がついたんですか？
ああ、秋葉があんまりにうるさいんで。
Akia looks away, visibly uncomfortable. Hisui, meanwhile, has her eyes to the floor and won't even look in my direction.
あのさ、あんまり翡翠に当たるなよ。事情は知らないけど、俺が倒れたことで揉めてるんだろ。なら、翡翠に責任はない。
Urging me strength in my arms, I lift myself up into a sitting position. That simple motion takes all the energy I have. At this point, I don't think I could lift a finger. But for Hisui's sake, I need to pretend like I'm okay.
まったく、お前も俺のことなんかで喧嘩するな。大人びたように見えて、まだ子供なんだな。
でも、兄さんはあれからずっと気を失っていたんですよ。10時間以上も昏睡しているなんて今までなかったはずです。もし兄さんがあのまま目が覚めなかったら、私はどうすればいいんですか？
バカ、縁起でもないこと言わないでくれ。こんなのはただの貧血って、なんだ、もう10時を回ってるのか？
はい。ですから兄さんはお昼から今までずっと気を失っていたんです。
Akia's tone reserved. But it's not my health I'm worried about. It's my promise to Arcuade. 10 o'clock and don't you dare be late. She looked like she really meant that last part. I can only imagine what she'll put me through if I'm late again.
It's time to drink water.
I'm gonna drink some water.
It's time to drink water.
やばい、行かなくっちゃ。アキハごめん、俺は出かけるから、後のことはよろしく頼む。あんまり翡翠をいじめるなよ。
そちらこそ。私、兄さんが毎夜どこに行くかなんてもう聞きません。
アキハ。
She's genuinely pleading with me. Seeing her this worried, I can feel my determination start to waver.
でもこんなのはしょっちゅうなんだぞ。中学の頃なんて日に2回は倒れてたんだしさ。
だから余計に心配なんです。兄さん、お願いだから今日ぐらいは私の言うことを聞いてください。
Akia peers into me, anxiously awaiting my response. Oh boy. Yeah, in a situation like this, because she does seem more genuine and worried about this than like the other times here, I would probably do as Akia says here. However, we are on the Arcuade path here, and this could give us a +1 to our points because we still got those social points or whatever, those friendship points even. So what if? I'm glad that Akia's worried about me, but I can't break my promise with Arcuade.
わかった。今日はおとなしく眠ることにする。
I lower my torso back down on the bed.
本当ですか？後になって部屋を抜け出したりするのもなしですよ。
I'm probably going to sneak out later.
あのな、こんな体でアキハたちの目を盗んで外に出られると思うか？
言われてみればそうですね。
Akia lowers her shoulders, obviously relieved.
翡翠、琥珀に兄さんが目を覚ましたことを伝えに行って。兄さん、夕食はどうしますか？
いや、食事はちょっと。琥珀さんには悪いけど食べられそうにない。ああ、でも飲み物くらいなら通るから、野菜ジュースとかあったら助かる。
わかりました。翡翠、そう琥珀に伝えてきて。かしこまりました。野菜ジュース、人参、トマト、白菜、キャベツ、赤ピーマン、梅などのミックスを支給。
あ？
I'm not familiar with that recipe. Maybe it's a Kohaku special?
では私も退出します。何かありましたら遠慮なく呼んでください。何時だろうとすぐに駆けつけますから。
Akia exits the room, turning off the lights as she goes.
すまない、アキハ。
I whisper as I rouse myself from bed. The light is off, but my vision flickers between black and white. Simply standing up is enough to set my consciousness away. This is far from my unusual anemia. Even so, I have to get to the park. It's her we're talking about. Who knows how many hours she'll waste waiting if I don't. My unsteady steps carry me to my desk. I take my knife from the drawer and put on my jacket. Well, that doesn't sound good.
参ったな。これじゃ本当にアキハたちの目は。
I need to rest until I can at least run. Unless I want to be caught by Hisu and sent back to my room.
なんだ、結局。
I'm gonna be even later than yesterday, and Arco will give me another earful. Though maybe that won't be so bad. I plop myself onto the floor. 1 hour. If I rest for just 1 hour, I should at least be able to walk. I arrive at the park just before midnight. I'm strong enough to shuffle along, but my snail's pace added an extra hour to the trip. Shoulders heaving, I do a quick sweep of the area. At the rest area where we usually meet, I spot her. A white silhouette standing starkly against the shadow park.
やっぱり待ってた。
Margaret seems to have noticed me. She walks straight to me, her boots tapping against the ground.
今夜も壮大な意地悪。恐れ入るわ。来てくれたからいいけど、2時間もオーバーした理由をたっぷり。
Arkwright cuts herself short the second she sees my face.
ちょっと、どうしたのシキ？顔は真っ青だし、正気も全然感じられないし。もしかして、先に死者探しをしてきちゃった？
どんな冒険野郎だよ俺は。そんなんじゃなくてちょっと貧血気味なんだ。時々こういう風になるからそう驚かなくていい。それよりごめんな、2時間も待たせちまって。できるだけ早く来たつもりなんだけど。
うん、私は別に気にしてないけど。さっきまでずっとなんで遅れてるんだろうって考えていたけど、ほんとわかんない。そんな体で出てくるなんて変だよ、シキ。
だって約束だろ。アルクエイドの手伝いをするって言ったんだから。それにほら昨日のこともあるし、お前を一人にしていたらそれこそどんな事件が追加されるか。
それは嬉しいけど、後半のは余計だけど。やっぱりおかしい。こんなのいくらなんでもひどすぎる。
ひどいって何が？
そういう全然自分の体を分かってないところ。人間の命は不安定なものだけど、四季はその揺れ幅が大きすぎる。当の四季は普段からとても死に近いところに立っている。それが直視の魔眼の反動か、今日までの運命の代償かは分からないけど、波のように生と死の境界を行き来している。だからあなたの貧血とやらは前も大丈夫だったから今回も大丈夫なんていうものじゃない。いい意識。あなたは外的要因の死には抵抗がある。きっと一度そういった要因の臨死を体験したからでしょうね。けどその反面、内的要因の死には抵抗力がまるでない。頻繁に貧血で倒れるのは体が行っている防護策なのよ、きっと。人間は内側の異常には気づけないけど、あなたの体はそれを本能的に感知している。これ以上は取り返しがつかなくなるという時、強制的にあなたを休ませようと。今の貧血だって本来なら死んでいてもおかしくない男性のはず。覚醒できたのはたまたま運が良かったからと思いなさい。
I wouldn't quite say the scales have fallen from my eyes, but her explanation tracks. I nod along. I've always thought of my anemia as my body doing the equivalent of a force shutdown on a computer, but I guess you can look at it the opposite way too. As Arca would have it, my anemia isn't a symptom of my weak constitution. It's more like a breaker tripping before my circuits get completely fried.
なんか大げさな物言いだけど。
But let me get this straight.
つまり貧血になってる時は指先一つでコロッと行きやすいってこと？
I think back to every miserable morning these past 7 years.
もう私は本気で忠告してるの。でも来てくれてありがとう。今夜はもう帰ってゆっくり体を休めなさい。
Without warning, she draws in close. She must really be worried to approach me so vulnerably. Arcwade's chest pressed against mine before I can pull back. A dizziness wholly unlike the kind I'm used to pervades my mind. I try to ignore it, but right now I'm all too aware of the softness of her chest, of her porcelain skin, of her hair, golden, smoother than silk. Her captivating charms assault my senses.
ごめん、アルクエイド。ちょっと離れてくれ。
何よ、私の言葉は信用できないっていうの？吸血鬼だから？
何今さらそんなこと言ってるんだ。アルクエイドのことを信じないわけがないだろ
う。嘘。じゃあなんで視線をそらしているの？
だからあくまで俺の個人的な理由でちょっと離れてほしい。そう近くに来られると俺も男だから。
Phew! For the time being, I've escaped one of the sources of my dizziness. Two was absolute torture.
とにかくアルクエイドに心配してもらうほどじゃない。だいたい昨日の夜みたいに襲われたら今度こそ殺されるかもしれないんだから、こっちも休んではいられないんだよ。
待って、どういうこと？
だから屋敷に帰るときにって、そうか、まずこれを報告しないと。アルクエイド、俺昨日の夜に死者に襲われた。俺が一人で屋敷に戻るところ待ち構えていたんだと思う。
Arcwade's expression grows stern.
信じられない。どうしてそんな大事なことを忘れていられるのよ、あなたは。
面目ない。でもほら、死ななきゃ安いというか。
バカ、そんなだから心配してるの、私は。
At this point, I can't help it. Each and every day, there's some new, stranger thing going on.
まあいいわ。それより詳しい話を聞かせて。
Arcwade stares at me, her fierce gaze demanding an explanation. I calm myself down and try to explain the attack in as much detail as possible. Though I leave out the part about my shrouded assailants being able to see my lines of death. You should probably tell her about that. I don't have any conclusive proof, so it could have just been my imagination. I mean, that's fair, but still, like, you're just a hunch, but like.
というわけなんだけど。
After catching her up, I peek at Arcway to gauge her reaction. From start to finish, her eyes remain focused, her brow knit in consternation.
どうなんだ、アルクエイド。真っ黒い死者とシスター服の女はお前の敵なのか？
そうね。両方とも私の敵よ。その死者は何者だか知らないけど、修道服を着た女のことなら見当はつく。シキを助けたやつは私と顔見知りかもしれない。確かにあの女なら私より先に敵を見つけ出せるわ。
Arcway bites her lip in frustration. Her irritation is verging on rage.
アルクエイド、俺を助けてくれたシスターはお前が前に言っていた。
ええ、教会の異端狩りよ。シキを助けたやつはそこで一番厄介な部署の代行者。けどおかしいな。埋葬機関がこんなに多く代行者を送ってくるはずはないんだけど。そんなことより、シキはどうして戦ったりしたの？私に協力してくれるって言ったけど、一人で戦うとは言わなかったわ。
Arcway turns her glare towards me. Wow, she's actually worried for me.
ああ、もうすっごく損した気分。私に内緒でそんな楽しそうなことするなんて。活躍のチャンス逃しちゃったじゃない。
Or maybe not.
聞いていいか？さっきまでの深刻な空気はどこに？
本気で怒ってるの？せっかくシキと一緒に戦えると思ったのに。
It may not be appropriate right now, but it makes me happy that she feels that way.
あのな、一人でやり合うことになったのは成り行きだよ、成り行き。俺はお前抜きで吸血鬼と戦う気はないんだから。
ふん。 成り行きってどんな？
世間一般で言うところの正義感なのかもしれない。
正義感？
She tilts her head like I've just spouted gibberish. Ultimately, it probably is. Yes, they made me realize there's no greater, higher calling to it all. When it happened, when I saw that silhouette in front of me, all I felt was fear. As I realized how abnormal my opponent was, I was shaken to my core. I then took out my knife, and we began our duel to the death. My morality tells me that people shouldn't kill each other. My self-preservation instinct, the desire not to die, isn't helping either. After all, someone else's death is inherently relevant to my own. In this life or death situation, cold logic serves me best. If I kill him, I'll survive. If I don't, I'm dead. It's a conclusion to end all conclusions. Motivation and certainty are all that drive me now.
いや、なんでもない。ほら、一段落ついたところで始めようぜ。せっかく来たんだから、街を徘徊してる死者の一人でも見つけ出さないと。
あのね、本気で怒るわよ、シキ。それとこれは話が別。ちゃんと休んでって言ったでしょ。死者の食堂もあらかた片付けたところだし、今夜は様子を見て明日に備えましょう。
Arcade's grim expression leaves no room for rebuttal. When she says it that firmly, I got no choice but to agree with her. It's not like I'd be able to search for vampires alone in the first place.
わかった。アルクエドがそこまで言うんなら、今夜はおとなしく休む。
素直でよろしい。シキは夕べ襲われただけじゃなくて、そんなに体が弱っているんだもの。今晩はぐっすり眠って、明日までにはいつもの式に戻ってもらわないと。
ああ、そうか。協力者が足手まといになってたら話にならない。オッケー。明日までには体力を回復させておく。
そういう意味じゃないんだけどな。
Arcade seems dissatisfied. I don't know if I'll ever understand how she thinks.
じゃあ、屋敷に戻るよ。また明日な、アルクエイド。
I wave as I turn to leave.
ねえ、シキ。
I turn back to face her.
なんだよ。まだ何かあるのか。
どうしてもって言うならなんだけど、私、送っていこうか？
Arcade averts her gaze, her voice unsure. It seems after what happened last night, she's concerned for me in her own way. Knowing that, the offer really doesn't sound too bad. And yet...
いや、やめとく。屋敷の周りでお前といるところを誰かに見られたら、それこそ明日の朝が怖い。大丈夫。もう一人で歩けるし。こんなの、お前が心配する筋合いでもないしな。
For the slightest moment, Arcade casts her eyes downward before looking up again.
それじゃ、また明日ね。
The vampire in white waves goodbye before vanishing into the night. Alright, yeah, that's looking into the day there. Yeah, day 10, waning moon. Okie dokie. I've got a bookshelf on the side there. Oh, that's a... Why is it starting with this word? Malfunction. Load threshold exceeded. A broken vessel cannot be mended. Broken tableware serves no use. It's unsightly, so it's better hidden at the back of the shelf. I dreamed of the moon. I don't remember where I was, or why I was looking at it. Maybe I didn't want to look at anything else. When I glanced up the night sky, the moon was the only thing there. My spine creaks. A midwinter chill courses through my veins. Alone in the darkness, dizziness takes over me. Above me sits the moon, dizzying, blinding, enchanting. How strange. Instead of suffocating me, this cruel cold feels oddly comforting in its familiarity.
シキ様、
Hisui's voice filters through the early morning light.
シキ様、お目覚めの時間です。
Her monotonous voice brings me back to my senses. Terrible things slowed my vision the moment I opened my eyes. Ooh, it feels like a bullet blasting my brain. I've only just woken up and I already feel like I might pass out. I fumble for my glasses, rushing to put them on before my vertigo gets any worse.
シキ様、ご気分が優れないのですか？
いや、昨日の疲れがまだ残ってるだけ。すぐに良くなるから、心配は無用だよ。
Giving my head a light shake, I banished those awful lines from my memory. This is the price I have to pay for keeping my word to Arcoade. But damn, my senses aren't feeling dull today.
おはよう、翡翠。今朝も起こしに来てくれてありがとう。
Pushing myself to sit up straight, I smile as naturally as I can.
いえ、これが私の仕事ですから。シキ様に感謝されるほどのことではありません。
そうかな。俺はすごくありがたいけど、目覚まし時計の音なんかより何倍もあったかい感じがする。
And it's all thanks to her that I could wake up again today. I get out of bed. It's a little before 7. I'm up about 10 minutes earlier than usual.
朝食だろ。すぐに行くから先に行ってていいよ。
はい。それでは食堂でお待ちしております。
Hisui gives me her usual small bow and quietly leaves the room. Or not?
シキ様。
ん？他に何か伝言とか？
いいえ、何でもありません。どうか今日一日、健やかにお過ごしください。
With that, Hisui leaves the room. Now then, my body might not be in top shape, but it's not like I feel bad enough to call in sick. I'm sure I'll feel fine after I have some of Kawaku's homemade breakfast. When I get to the parlor, I find Akia sitting on the sofa and Hisui standing by the wall.
おはようございます、兄さん。昨夜はゆっくり休まれましたか？
ああ。おはよう、アキハ。
There's a certain bounce to her voice betraying an out-of-character cheerfulness. A good mood is indicative of good mental health, so I'm happy to see it. But something's weird here.
どうしたんだよ。制服に着替えなくていいのか？
ええ。本日は自主休校とさせていただきました。屋敷の方でやることができましたので。兄さんはいつも通り学校ですか？どうぞ気ままな学生気分を堪能してきてください。
I could see she's in a good mood, but she also seems strangely excited.
それにしても今朝は顔色がいいんですね。やっぱり昨夜ゆっくり休んでくれたからですか？
まあな。今朝は起きるのも早かったし。
それならもう心配する必要はないですね。兄さんが言うことを聞いてくれる人でよかった。
Ouch, right in the guilt. Keep my word, Arcway came at a cost of betraying Akia. The fact that I came back without exhausting myself doesn't change the fact that I lied to her. I better make a quick retreat before I do anything to give away how tired I am.
食堂で朝食をもらってくる。食べたら学校に行くから、俺のことは気にしなくていいぞ。
わかりました。でも、まだ何かあるようでしたら、遠慮なく立ち寄ってください。あと少しだけ、ここで待っていますから。
Breakfast ought to put some energy back in my tired limbs. Hiding my less than ideal condition from Akia, I head for the dining room. As soon as I finish breakfast, I leave for school. It was overly optimistic to think that breakfast would make me feel better, especially since I've never been able to eat much in the morning to begin with. My appetite was gone from the start. As a result, it took me more than 30 minutes to finish eating. A long time for a growing student.
今朝は適切なお
こ
食
の
事を用意せず申し訳ありませんでした。明日こそは必ず四季さんの目に星が散るような朝食をご用意しますから。
Kawaku clutches her hands in front of her chest in a show of fierce determination. For once, it's her who's sending me off instead of Hisui. I guess because she doesn't have to accompany Akia today.
いえ、こっちこそ食が細くてごめんなさい。いつもご迷惑をおかけします。
Kawaku stares at me in silence. For just a moment, her perfectly unchanging eyes remind me of a machine.
琥珀さん、俺の顔何かついてます。
いえ、そういうわけではないのですが、四季さんのお顔の色が優れないので。
A pang of dread hits me. Akia didn't notice anything, but do I actually look that bad?
やっぱりお止めするべきですよね。明葉様もいらっしゃいますし、四季さんも今日は学校をお休みになられては？
ああ、いや、大丈夫。少し体が重いだけ。昨日のことで心配するのはわかるけど、行けるときは学校に行っておきたいし。
もう、そんな優しい顔で言われては、お咎めもできません。わかりました。明葉様には内緒にしておきます。でも、本当に無理は禁物ですよ。
ですね。今日は早めに帰ってきて休みますから、それで多めに見てください。
はい。おかえり、お待ちしています。
Kawaku sees me off with a smile. It's not that I'm trying to give truth to my lies, but I do think I'll head right home after classes finish. That'll give me some time to rest, as well as the opportunity to reassure Aki and the others that I'm fine before meeting Arcuade. I'm on my way to school. My limbs still feel stiff as I descend the hill, like I'm wearing someone else's body. I expect this feeling to have passed by now, but I've had no such luck. It still feels like I'm dragging myself through a swamp. I get to the classroom. We're in the middle of the second period. The teacher... Uh-oh. That's not good. The teacher scolds me for my lateness as I my seat. Sitting down, I can finally... It's lunch now. Arihiko is absent, which isn't too unusual. But there's another empty seat that draws my attention. Yumizuka's. She's probably absent due to a cold or some other perfectly normal reason. Now, what should I do for lunch today? Eat. Right, if I don't eat, I won't get any better. Except I don't have any appetite at all. Not because I feel sick, but more because I feel like it's lost the ability to function. So there's no need for me to eat. No reason for me to rise from the chair. No issue to expend standing. No excess to waste. The strangest thing is that I accept my new condition without a moment's hesitation. Class is in session. This is really weird what's going on. Which class is this? I can't remember what we have for 5th period today. I see the blackboard. I heard the teacher's voice. But none of it makes sense. The universe and everything within it have become incomprehensible. The letters on the board blur together like smears of paint being washed away. I don't feel so good. The entire classroom is tilted. My sense of balance abandons me. It's like tumbling down a hill. I try to cling to something for dear life, but this world is smooth, featureless. My consciousness slips and twists. I fall from the chair, unable to resist. Like a dropped bowling ball, I hit the floor with a hard, heavy, ugly noise. One of the girls screams. I vaguely register the quickened footsteps of a teacher approaching me.
It's time to drink water.
Yo, let's tell him to drink water here.
It's time
It's
to
alright,
drink
Chica, just
water.
drink water. You're definitely dehydrated right now. I am no longer conscious, but from somewhere off to the side, I calmly watch the aftermath of my fall. After that, things play out the same way they always do. I passed out from anemia, so I'm carried to the nurse's office, which is where I slumber in one of the beds until I feel better. But by the time it hits 7 in the evening, I'm still running a 38-degree fever, so the school nurse contacts the Tono Mansion to arrange a pickup. It doesn't take long for someone to arrive. Like a shot from a movie, a luxurious black car rolls into the school's parking lot and slows to a halt. The car transports me not to a hospital, but back to the mansion. That makes sense. It's only a fever. My body is heavy, but I'm still fully conscious. The black car drives through the night-filled city, apathetic to the mundanity of the world around it. It's just me and the chauffeur. They haven't spoken a word. Shigetono sits in the back, fastened in place by his seatbelt. The air is stifling in and outside of the car. This feels more like a hearse, huh? I think of a joke, but I stop myself from saying it. The old mansion comes into view once we cross through the arc of dark trees. I sigh. A combination of wonder and resignation. The mansion still looks just like it did 7 years ago. Every Descent castle has a dungeon built into it. A place to keep fearsome things, evil things, things that deviate from the norm. All that must be quarantined from the rest of the world.
お帰りなさいませ、シキ様。お話は聞いております。すぐにベッドまでお連れしますので、それまでもうしばらくご辛抱を。
The maid greets me in the lobby. I just about managed to make it through the front door, but my knees give out soon after, and I almost collapse onto the carpet.
失礼しました。どうぞこちらに。まだ熱があるのですね。遠慮なさらず、私の肩をお使いください。
The server managed to catch Shigetono just before he falls, and now offers her shoulder to lean on. It's fine. I can still walk at least. Thanks, though. I know how much you hate being touched. I reply to her with all the strength I can muster.
確かに苦手です。ですが、今はシキ様の手当てを優先させていただきます。秋葉様や姉には黙っていますので、どうかお体を私にお預けください。シキ様が病気がちなのは、シキ様のせいではありません。人間、誰だって頼りたいし、頼られたいものなのですから。
She softly squeezes my cold hands. Alright, if you insist. Yeah, let's go. Hey, Shiki, why are you not reading your voice lines there, buddy? Are you doing okay? Like, that's a little ominous. Obediently, I followed the gentle voice's instructions. In me, there exists a desire to be relied on, and to rely on others. To be protected, and to protect. To be given life, and to give life. It all makes sense now. While they may have opposing directions, they don't contradict one another in the slightest. They encompass cravings we all simultaneously yearn for.
階段を登りますので、ご注意のほどを。
The maid guides me by the hand. Every step causes my surroundings to flicker as I teeter back and forth through existence. Still consumed by this haze, I let her lead the way. Huh? This isn't right. We're going the wrong direction. We're headed for the East Wing, the place where Shikitono is not permitted to tread. Up ahead lies... This is the wrong way. Shikitono's voice echoes through the hall. The maid doesn't reply. It isn't just her voice that's missing. The gentle touch of her hands and the familiar presence of her uniform are nowhere to be found. What? I force my unsettled mind to take note of my surroundings. There's no one in the hallway. There's no sound. I can hardly feel anything. Now that I'm actually looking, there's no entrance or exit. Like unwanted junk that no longer serves any purpose, I've been left to gather dust at the back of a massive drawer. I collapse like a building shaken from its foundation. Shikitono must have invited the ire of whatever was keeping him alive. The ground feels like a soft cushion, or perhaps a hard tatami mat woven from grass. As I've lost all sensation in my skin, I won't know the answer till the next time I wake up. It all ends with no explanation. Though the truth remains hidden, the curtain still falls. An abrupt conclusion, perfectly suited to Shikitono. Did I bat in again? Oh, I sure did. Well. Bat in number 3, everyone. Teach me, Miss CL. Yeah, riding to number 9.
ん？普通に10日目が始まったと思ったら、普通に学校に行って普通にエンドになったよ。
Yeah.
これどうなってんのシエル？エラ、この先
Forget to finish it? I mean, you still got 3 more routes left in the other game over there. Like fucking, or 4 routes technically.
どう考えても悪い選択はしてにゃいしな。妹との約束を破った？でも金髪美少女との約束の方が大事っしょ？これこそ正解ルートのはずにゃんだけど。
何を言っているんですか。明葉さんがあれほど心配していたのに出かけてしまうなんて、お兄さん失格です。今まで何度も倒れてきた遠野くんですが、この日の体調不良は特別なものです。半日は休んでいないと回復しない不調ですから、しっかり休んでくださいね。もちろんアルクエイドとの待ち合わせは全然無視して OK です。所詮口約束なので法的強制力もなければ違約金も発生しませんしね。
そういう問題じゃにゃいんだけどね。心と心の問題にゃんだけどね。でもそういった心のすれ違いが次のロマンスを生み出すのよね。感じる感じる。すぐ近くにデートイベントの気配を感じる。あ、シエルにはないんだっけデートイベント。ソーリー、恵まれ
Rip in pieces.
いえ、その分こちらは夜だけでなく学校で長時間過ごさせていただいているのでお気になさらず。
You say that when we haven't we haven't really had that much time besides like the very beginning. Like, where did CL go? What happened to her? Like, fucking, it's like she has her own route or something.
遠野くんとのトーク時間は当社比4対6で私の方が上ですので。
What if it was 6 to 7?
はあ、どうせ長ったらしい教会の設定語りでしょ。
吸血鬼社会の説明よりはよっぽど短いですよ。基本的には頼れる先輩と迷える後輩の清らかな男女交際トークです。
学校なら私も行ったし。
不法侵入とかあなたらしいですけどね。
戦闘ドレス等々
I know the girls are fighting.
あのブローブに即落ちした。出だしだけは良かったですね。
Lol.
よ
Oh!
しね。
しゃっ
Ooh! Well, thank you, Miss CL. All right. Well, yeah, it was almost like we're on the normal. Yeah, it's interesting that even if it goes the next day, it's like, no, bad end. Fuck you. So fair enough. Yeah, we gotta go back to here. Skip this. Yeah. Yeah, this definitely felt like that could have been a +1 to arc wave points there, unless maybe or something like again, because there's like a true ending that I think is probably connected to the arc route here. Like this, I can't do it for that or whatever and shit like that. So, but yeah, do as Akia says. I guess I got no choice. If I keep going against her wishes, I feel like I'll just make her cry.
わかった。今日はおとなしく眠ることにするよ。
Would explain why I like in the fucking scene after this. Just so like happy and everything. It's like, yo, that my brother's going to die. I lie back down.
本当後になって部屋を抜け出したりするのもなしですよ。
しないよ。実を言うと、体がまだ重いんだ。秋葉の目を盗んで外に出るなんて、とてもできそうにない。
よかった。
Akia lowers her shoulders, obviously relieved.
翡翠、琥珀に兄さんが目を覚ましたことを伝えに行って。兄さん、夕食はどうしますか？
そっ
I'm
か。
gonna skim this because it's like playing at the same
Yeah.
here.
琥珀さんには悪いけど、食べ。
わかりました。翡翠。
Well then, now that I'm lying down, my fatigue sets in again, lulling me towards a deep slumber. I probably got a minute at best before I fall back asleep. But before I do...
秋葉、うちの庭にあんな場所あったっけ？
ええ。私たちが子供の頃、よく遊んだ場所です。
そっか。なんだか、よく覚えてないな。
Yeah, I totally forgotten it, in fact.
それともう一つ、変なことを聞くんだけど、その、子供の頃さ。
は？
Akia tilts her head in confusion. That's a reasonable response. Of course there wasn't anyone else. But if there wasn't, then something doesn't add up. What I saw in my dream, and the dream I had in the clearing, if they're the same, there has to have been another child. A child who was killed. Otherwise...
いや、なんでもない。ただの夢の話だ。
そうですか。ではおやすみなさい。今夜はゆっくり休んでください。
ああ、そうする。
My conscience is cut off the moment I respond. The tightening I feel in my chest each time I go to sleep isn't there tonight. It's like a switch has been flipped in my mind. As if to escape from all that's happened today, Shiki Tono sinks deep into a dark abyss. Yeah, I felt like the thing that was like, yeah, this is, yeah, we didn't get that when we're going, so I thought there was something strange going like day 10 where it felt like something was missing. Where's the Achievo? Where's the trophy that lets me know the day was done? Like, so yeah, now we're starting day 10 prop here. So this was Waning Moon. No, it's Blood Red Moon. Blood Red Moon 1, actually. Got ourselves another two-parter, everyone. Maybe three-part. I don't know how long this might go. Did someone leave the window open? I can hear birds chirping outside. A cool breeze brushes my cheek. Faint sunlight filters through my eyelids. I'm wrapped in a scene of warm, gentle hues. Greeted by the peaceful morning, I grab my glasses from the pillow without another thought. That's right. I must have fallen asleep after talking to Akia. My joints are pretty dull, but I still feel better than I did last night.
よし。
I murmured to mentally prepare myself. It's time to wake up and face the morning. Ah!
あ、やっと起きたの？
Except, when I open my eyes, I find myself facing Arkwade instead. I stare silently at her face. Every last thought has been banished from my mind. My brain's gone so blank it might as well be tofu. At this point, I've even forgotten how to breathe. Seriously, what is even happening here? All I know is that Arkwade is right in front of me. In my bedroom. At barely 9 in the morning. On my bed. Still wearing her boots.
お前。
嘘つき。また明日って約束したのに。
I did, but I was going to die that route, though. Her foul mood has dimmed the luster of her red eyes. Except it really hasn't. At this proximity, I can appreciate every last detail. Her eyes are stunning. Arkwade stares at me with unblinking disapproval. She's really close to me right now. Close enough for me to notice the smoothness of her skin, feel her breath and warm against me. The weight of her body pins me down into the sheets. Martial artists call it a mount. Whoa.
ちょっと待ってくれ、アルクエイド。お前、なんで朝から俺の部屋にいる？
Even though I want to yell at her, I try my best to keep my voice to a whisper. It'd all be over for me if history heard and came rushing in. I don't know what's all going on, but I'm smart enough to know how bad that'd be.
とにかくどいてくれ。人の部屋に勝手に上がって眠ってる隙に馬乗りとか真剣無視にも程がある。インベーダーかお前は。
何よその態度。私がこんなところにやってきたのはシキが約束を破ったからでしょ。人を待たせておいて自分はずっと眠っているなんて一体どういうつもりなの？
Arkwade pouts and glares at me indignantly. That's right. I promised I'd meet her last night, and I broke that promise. The birds continue to chirp outside. Finally, the pieces start coming together. I understand why Arkwade is angry, but it isn't an excuse for all this. You don't invade someone's room while they're asleep, especially when you can just rip into them later. The window was closed when I went to bed, but it's open now, so that she must have come in through here.
そうか。約束を破ったんだから、そりゃ確かに俺が悪い。けど、そんなことで人の家に侵入するのはやりすぎだぞ。
ここ、シキの家じゃないわ。
Arcade sets me straight.
それにね、本当は私、もっと怒ってたんだから。何時間も待ちぼうけで約束を保護にされたんだって気づいたとき、自分でも驚くぐらい頭に血が上ったわ。もう、絶対にこのままじゃ済まさない。乗り込んでいって捕まえて、シキの首根っこぐらい引きちぎってやる。あんなの、経験したことのない精神状態だった。自分でも冷静になろうって思うんだけど、思えば思うほど頭にきちゃって、どんどん熱が上がっていくの。あなたへの文句だけで詰まった底なし沼にはまって、暴れれば暴れるほど沼が広がっていくような気分、分かってもらえる？もう本当にどうにかなりそうでたまらなかったんだから。
Her scarlet eyes are brimming with anger, frustration, and indignation. Whatever she was feeling before, I'd wager it hasn't fully left.
ああ、確かにたまらないな、それは。
I idly nod along, covertly brushing my fingers over my neck to make sure it's still intact.
でしょ？それでもう我慢できなくなって忍び込んだんだけど、シキが眠ってるから待ってあげることにしたのよ。言い訳ぐらいは聞いてみたかったから。でもシキ、なかなか起きないんだもん。 やることもなかったし、しばらくあなたの寝顔を見てるしかなかった。四季の寝顔はね、怖いくらい静かだった。死人のように眠っていて、もう起き上がることはないんじゃないかって不安になったくらい。
はあ、不安だったら起こしてくれればよかったのに。こっちはお前にいられる方がよっぽど不安だよ。
けど起こすのももったいなくって。私、自分の眠っている姿は知らないけど、四季みたいに眠れるのなら幸せかもしれないなって。どうして四季はこんなに穏やかなんだろうってずっと考えながら見つめてた。そうしていたらね、あれだけ湧き上がっていた気持ちも収まって、その後に四季が目を覚ましたの。
それじゃあ夜から今までずっとそこにいたのか？
何度か家の人がやってきたけど、見つからないようにしておいたから大丈夫よ。さっきも四季を起こしに女の子が来たけど、気に食わないから追い返しちゃった。
Then I got her. Like, fucking. Arcade gives me a flippin' chuckle.
待て、追い返したって何を？
What do you mean you got her?
手荒な真似はしていないわ。ほら、前に吸血鬼には未了の魔眼があるって言ったでしょ。あの女の子には四季はもう学校に行ったって暗示をかけたから、私のことも記憶に残ってないよ。
記憶に残ってないよって。
Arcade sure is pushy about some things. I guess I should be thankful. She salvaged the situation for me in her own way.
経緯はよくわかった。それと昨日のことはすまなかった、アルクエイド。その謝罪ってわけじゃないけど、俺は二度とお前との約束は破らない。
Our eyes lock as I apologize.
反省してる？
反省してる。何しろ後の報復が恐ろしいって今思い知ってる最中だ。
My hands go up in a show of surrender. Smiling as though her earlier displeasure has evaporated into thin air, Arcade gives me a satisfied nod. At last she gets off me and the bed.
にしてもブーツでベッドに乗っかるなんて、シーツに足跡がついたら洗濯が大変だなとか思う。
I grumble as I sit up straight. Arcade watches me crawl out of bed from a few steps away.
あのさ、お前何してるの？
何って、四季が着替えるのを待ってるんだけど。その格好のまま出かけるわけにはいかないでしょ。
まあ寝巻きのまま出歩くほどだらしなくは。待て、なんて言った？
今日一日はずっと四季と行動しようと思って、約束を破った埋め合わせしてくれるんでしょ。
Aqua replies like it's the most obvious thing in the world. But if we're hanging out all day, doesn't that mean she's asking me to skip school too?
何言ってるんだ、こっちには学校がだな。
何よ、反省してるって言ったのに私より学校を取るの？あの
Surely knows how to hit me where it hurts. I take a quick glance at the clock. It's just past 9. If I head to school now, I'd be late anyways. Besides, I do owe it to her for making her stand around all night. And when it comes down to it, spending time with her does sound like a lot more fun.
わかったよ。今日一日はアルクエイドに付き合う。けど昼間に街に出ても手がかりは何もないんじゃないか？
そこは気にしなくていいよ。だって街を散歩するだけなら昼間でも関係ないんだし。
なんだよ、昨日の夜できなかった分これから吸血鬼探しをするんじゃないのか？
ええ、もちろん夜になったら調べるわ。けど一日ずっと手伝ってもらうのも大変でしょうから、お昼ぐらいは休んでもいいと思うの。
もっともない意見だけど、二人で街を歩くだけって。
A date? It'll look like a date. Sure, we walked around at night, but this would be different. We'd 100% look like a couple. These things probably don't even occur to Arcade, her being a vampire and all. She probably just wants me to take her somewhere fun, but come on. Can I even handle time with her without any vampire hunting to keep us busy?
どうしたの、四季？ 顔赤いわよ。
I scramble to cover my face with my hands and avert my gaze from Arcade. It's not like we haven't already had plenty of alone time. But so far it's been some life or death situation, fighting for survival. Thinking about anything else would have meant certain death. I've been trying to ignore her beauty in order to focus on the task at hand. But what if we just spent the day together like normal people, without a clear objective in mind or any impeding doob to distract us? No doubt I'd start to notice things I could do without.
四季ねえ、やっぱり学校に行くの？
わけないだろう。うんと言ったんだから付き合うよ。約束は破らないって言っただろ。どんな気まぐれか知らないけど、街を散歩するぐらいなら問題ないだろうし。
ありがとう、四季。それじゃあ早速行きましょう。
Her smile is dazzling bright. What does she have to thank me for? Arcade practically skips over to the window she presumably entered from.
ちょっと待った。すぐに着替えるから、そこで外でも見ててくれ。
何？呼んだ？
ああ、呼んだけど呼んでない。止めて悪かった。
屋敷の正門で待ってるわ。今まで散々待ったんだから、これ以上待たせないでね、四季。
Arcade slinks out the window, as lithe and agile as a cat. I watch as he bounds between the trees. There she goes, from branch to branch, never touching the ground even once. Before I know it, she's gone from my sight. Seeing her now, it's no wonder that she managed to slip inside of my room unnoticed.
感心してる場合じゃないか。俺も翡翠に見つからないよう外に出ないと。
I quickly change into some casual attire. It's a school day, so putting on my uniform would only draw unwanted attention. Opening the door just a crack, I peek to make sure nobody's coming down the hall. I don't want to risk passing through the lobby, so instead I climb out the window of an empty room on the first floor. Finally, I make it to the gate. I had to take a bit of a detour through the garden to avoid detection, so it took a little longer than I would have liked. Of course, Arcade is here already.
お待たせ。とりあえず移動しよう、アルクエド。屋敷の周りにいると琥珀さんに見つかっちまう。
え？ああ、うん。行くなら早く行こっか。
Her response is surprisingly flat compared to how bouncy and energetic she was earlier.
なんだよ、らしくないな。俺を待ってる間にまた何かあったのか？
別に何もなかったけど。
In spite of my tone, her head still seems to be up in the clouds.
もしかして昼間だから体調が悪いのか？無理をしてまで出歩く必要はないんだ。苦しいのならやめにしても。
体調は良好なんだけどね。ちょっとこの塀を見ていたら昨日のことを思い出しちゃって。
昨日のことって公園で俺をずっと待ってたこと？
Arcade nods meekly.
昨日の夜はここを全力で飛び越えてそのまま式の部屋に忍び込んだんだけど、どうして私あの時あんなに怒ってたんだろう。
Arcade folds her hands together as she ponders the mystery.
あ、そうだ。式ならわかるかな。いつも私をバカバカって言い伏せるんだから、これぐらいわかるでしょ。
あのな。
If Arcade doesn't know, then there's no way I would. But if I were to wager a guess... Because she's selfish, she's a wanted revenge, because she's a vampire. Ooh. This is gonna be a save moment for sure. This feels like a segment where it's like, there's plus points for friendship with Arcade and Ciel. This feels like a minus point that's about to happen if I don't answer right here. It's like, uh-oh. Let me double check something real quick here. Where the fuck am I? Here I am. Do you know why I was so mad? You was coming stupid. Still got the answers right. Came here twice, snuck in a room without thinking twice, but looking back, it's kind of strange what it did. Why was so angry with you? It's not like it was the first time I did. Arca felt her hands, but
It's time to drink water.
yeah, I'll drink water and thank on this.
It's time to drink water.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, this could just lead into like the same scenario no matter what here. But I don't want to say it's because of selfish or maybe revenge, like fucking. I imagine some vampire stuff is going on here, so I'm gonna say that.
いや、俺に聞かれても。アルクエドは吸血鬼なんだから、俺たちとは考え方が違うんだろうし。
何よそれ。私の思考のひな形は人間と同じなんだから。
Yeah, she wasn't
式
gonna like
と
that
大して違
answer.
ってないんですけど。猫とネズミぐらいの違いなんですけど。
Isn't that a massive difference? Well, I suppose they're both vertebrates, except one is hunter and the other is prey. I guess I don't need to ask which of us is which in this scenario.
まあそんなことは別にしても、他人の感情なんてわからないよ。自分の感情さえ確かじゃないんだから。吸血鬼であるアルクエイドの感情は理解の範疇を超えてる。
そうね。私だって式がどんな人かわからないし、わかる必要なんてないもの。ええ式なんかに聞いた私が浅はかでした。
I wanna redo this. Aquay turns away in a huff. I think I just made her angry, but the conversation seems to have come to some sort of conclusion.
疑問は評価しましたか？なら、さっさと移動しよう。
Even if we haven't decided on a destination yet, we should at least get away from the Tunnel Estate. This hill overlooking the city contains nothing but the mansion and some woods. Neither of which is the kind of playground Arkwig's probably looking for. For now, we'll just head for the station in the middle of
追っ
town.
てかけ、追ってかけ。
Arcade skips down the slope ahead of me. She's like a kid excited to go on her first errand.
ところで式、今日は服装が違うのね。いつもの黒い服はどうしたの？
いつもの黒い服って。
Oh, right. In her mind, my school uniform and I practically come as a pair. Though I'd argue our uniform is really more of a dark navy. I really wish she'd stop taking every chance to paint me as some kind of emo kid.
あのな、昼間っから学生服で出てこられるか。で、じゃない。今日は特別な今までとは違う街の探索なんだろう。だからこっちもちょい上品な私服に着替えてきたんだよ。
To be fair, I mostly just swapped out my sneakers for some leather shoes. But at least it's something.
なるほど。特別だものね。
ん？
Arkway pauses as if she just thought of something.
式、そこでストップして周り右して目をつむって。そうね。10秒。3秒でいいから。
回れ右って後ろを向けってこと？
She says it so casually I don't even think twice about following her orders. I spin around and close my eyes. The moment I do, my thoughts catch up, and I start wondering what the hell I'm doing.
ふふん。見てなさい。私も負けないから。
Outdone and what? Suddenly I feel a strange gust of wind stroll around behind my back.
おい、これに何の意味？
Oh! Who's that outfit that costs like $1,000? Oh, that one cosplay or whatever, that the official license or whatever here. This cute. It's got a big old fluffy coat with a big bow on it. My thoughts and words come to an abrupt halt.
どう？昼間なら戦うこともないし、これくらい着込んでいても邪魔にならないかなって。
I gape in stunned silence. Holy shit. This can't be real. What the hell is this new look of hers? Is that fur? And a bow? How's she change in a blink of an eye? No, where does she even get this from? Not that matters, she looks good, devastatingly good. But there's still a conservative look to it, like it doesn't go overboard.
ねえ、私普段と違う私になってる？可愛い？
Whoa. What are you saying? How do I even respond to that? Is it cute, she asks? Like she hasn't just transcended all known dimensions of cuteness? This is beyond comprehension. Beyond human intellect, even. Don't tell me all vampires come with perfect date outfits. She was already so cute I could die, and she still undoes herself. What is she, a fashion model? Gosh, she's like the fluffiest rabbit given human form. I just want to take a picture and treasure it forever. You're just using every cheat code imaginable, you monster. Cat ears.
黙ってちゃいいか悪いかもわからないんですけど、特別な日なんだからこれくらいの方がいいのよね、四季。
いいか悪いかってお前。
It's bad, really, really bad, in fact. For my mental stability, that is. I should have known on behalf of all the humankind so she can no longer wreak havoc on us. I wonder if there's anyone on this earth who could deny Arkway when she's looking this fine. I grit my teeth. I've got to fight every urge to raise my white flag and surrender. Pulling together every last shred of dignity in me, I utter a response.
まあそれくらいなら問題はない。
Though I struggle, I manage to preserve humanity's dignity. Smooth. Her earlier play might have broken through my defenses and done some damage, but I've regained the high ground. There's no reason for me to panic any further. Right now, I gotta pull myself together and rein her on like usual.
よし、アルクエイド、行きたいところとかあるのか？
わからないから四季に任せるわ。どこか適当なところに連れて行って。
Wherever I like, huh? She's clearly the kind of person who says that anything is fine when you ask them what they want for dinner. It sounds simple enough, but in truth, having this much freedom only ups the difficulty. I have no clue what kind of place Ark would like to visit, but I'm gonna have to think of something before we get to the station. At least I got enough in my wallet to cover whatever we do. Where should we go? Local cliche, but maybe movie theater or glue back alley sounds good. Weather's nice. How about a walk through the park? Well, let's save. I should not save over because I feel like there's like another answer we could choose here, but I'm gonna do it. Yeah, big movie. Gloomy back alley sounds fucking good. Let's just walk through the park. The weather's nice today, so I might as well take her to the park. We could stroll around so we're feeling nice and relaxed, and then hang around the station afterwards. Yo, she got a doggo right there. So we enter the park. It's a weekday morning, but there's still plenty of people out and about. Office workers in their suits, mothers with their children, and a few couples just a bit older than me.
昼間だと人が多いんだ。四季とは何度も来てるところだけど、なんだか別の場所みたい。
Despite her disinterested inflection, there's a sparkle of excitement in her eyes. It seems the park was the right call.
あんなところにお店が開いてる。四季、あれは何を売ってるところ？
Arkway points toward a shop, her face full of wonder. I wish she was doing like a point, like a fucking this would be a good Wojak point fucking. They're manning an ice cream truck on the other side of the fountain.
あれは季節外れのアイスクリーム屋。冷たいものは体に悪いから、とりあえず我慢してくれ。
Oh. I nip her demands in the bud before they have a chance to sprout. Eating some ice cream under the autumn sky honestly doesn't sound too bad, but we have a long day ahead of us. I prefer to avoid shocking my digestive system. That said, there's this weird feeling I can't shake. As we wander around, I can't seem to settle down.
ねえ四季、ここの人たちって四季の知り合い？
いや、平日に学校をサボって遊び回る知り合いは一人しかいないけど、どうして？
みんな私たちを見てるから四季の知り合いなのかなって。
なるほど。違和感の正体はそれか。
The situation's finally becoming clear. I was looking for a nice place to sit, a spot with some shade, a good view, and not too many people around, but we kept drawing glances. Needless to say, it's not me they're looking at, it's Arcade. It had totally slipped my mind. After all, Arcade is my vampire hunting partner and, well, a vampire herself. That's why I've been trying not to pay too much attention to her looks, but there's no hiding the fact that she's drop-dead gorgeous. Of course she'll draw the attention walking around a public park. And all the men giving her linger looks are most definitely waiting for a chance to make their move.
アルクエイド、場所を変えよ
I take her hand in mine and pull her in close as to shield her from their prying looks. The quicker we get to the other end of the park, the better. The rest area that we normally use as a meeting place is a lot less busy compared to the space around the fountain. It's a little regrettable that we were more or less forced into coming here instead, but it's better than the alternative.
う。しばらくここで時間を潰そう。飲み物が欲しいなら何か買ってくるけど。
Finally let go of her hand, I turn around to face her.
水が飲みたいけどいい？
了解。それじゃあベンチに座っててくれ。と、そこいらのやつに声をかけられたら適当に聞き流すように。くれぐれも相手にしないこと。
I do a little sprint to the nearest vending machine. Guess there's no other choice. Only water would be pretty dull, and an ice cream stand is still open. Noon comes and goes, and still we're at the park. I suggest that we hang out near the station, but Arcade said she'd rather stay and look around here. From our bench at the edge, she has a perfect view of the entire area. There's a small procession of pigeons passing by. It's lunchtime now, so I'm seeing a lot more people in suits than before. I also noticed a few students that seem to be around my age. And like before, there are plenty of cute, carefree children running around and playing. Arcade observes the picturesque sight in silence. Her expression doesn't carry her usual wide-eyed innocence, nor does it have the same cold indifference from when she found the dead apostles.
変なこと聞いていいか？
式が変じゃない時はないと思うけど、何？
アルクエイドは変な質問大好きってことだな。いや、そこはいいけど。
If I were anything but weird, I wouldn't be here hanging out with her in the first place.
お前、人間に関心はないって言ってたけど、あれ、正しくないんじゃない？だってお前、人間嫌いじゃないよな。
Whether she likes us is a separate issue entirely, of course.
やっぱり変な話だった。式はどうしてそう思うの？
Why? Because there's no way someone with an expression like that could hate us.
いや、なんとなく。別にそうだったらいいなとか、それならもっと助けてくれとか、そういうことじゃないぞ。お前がそんな優しい生き物じゃないことはよくわかってる。
Mrs. smashed the ground into 40-meter deep crater.
失礼ね。優しくしてますよーと。ただ、ちょっと加減が難しいだけです。
There we go. Arcade isn't herself unless she's at least this animated. It's better that I forget the feeling from before. Honestly, I may have accidentally killed the conversation a little. It doesn't feel awkward or anything. It just seems like Arcade wants some silence, so I'm happy to go along.
ねえ、式。
ん？ぼーっとしてるのは飽きたか？なら、町に戻って飯でも食べようか。
別にそういうんじゃないけど、さっきの一体何なのかなって思って。
Earlier? Does she mean my weird question?
わからないな。さっきのって何のこと？
だから、式が私の手を握ったこと。式には何度か触れられてるけど、それは理由があってのことでしょ？けどさっきのは理由がなかったから、何だったのかなって。
何だったのかなって。
The answer is something I can articulate.
別に理由はなかったけど。
Or rather, it's something I prefer to keep to myself.
あれもなんとなくだよ。いいだろ。手を握るなんて今更大したことじゃないし。 ああいう突発的なことって割とあるんだよ、人間っていうのは。
そうなんだ。理由のないことが割と多いなんて、式って無駄が多いんだね。
理由がないイコール無駄が多いという意見には異議を申し立てるけどな。実行に移る際の工程が一つ少ないんだぞ。むしろ無駄がないだろう。まあそれで物事がうまくいくかは博打だけど。
なるほど。
She's either applauding my conclusion or fed up with me. Whichever it is, she turns her gaze back to the fountain.
ねえ式、関係のないことを聞くけど、式にもああいう時があったの？
It takes me a moment to even realize what she's asking. Her eyes are trained on the kids frolicking around the park. She must be wondering if I was the same when I was younger.
さあどうかな。確かに子供の頃は遊び回ってたけど、それは屋敷の中だけの話でさ。
And I was always with Akia and them. I never got the chance to play with random strangers like these kids do. In a way, it was like being raised in a sterilized room, removed from the outside world.
そういうアルクエイドはどうなんだよ。言いにくかったら言わなくていいけど。
If vampires don't even have childhood, it's probably rude to bring that sort of thing up.
式の想像通り、幼年期の思い出はないよ。個体として弱い時代は眠っていたから、主な活動時間は私という生命が一番優れているこの状態だけだもの。だからちょっと不思議に思ったんだ。幼年期や老年期なんていう無駄な時間をどうしてあなたたちは過ごせるんだろうって。
The question seems to be aimed more at herself than at me.
なんでもない。こんな風に無作為に時間を浪費するのなんて初めてだから、思考が誤作動しちゃったみたい。
Margaret gets back up from the bench.
じゃ、駅前に行こっか。ここ面白いこと何にもなかったし。
なかったのかよ。
I shout without thinking.
バカ。退屈だったんなら退屈だって言ってくれればよかったのに。俺はてっきり。
退屈だったけど気持ちは良かったよ。こういう退屈だったらまたしてもいいかなって思ってるけど、式はそうじゃなかったの？
まあそれは。
Things can be dull, but you can still feel like it isn't time wasted. Now that I think about it, it's rare for us to be able to just kill some time.
そうだな。たまにはこういうのも悪くない。でもま、今は昼食にしよう。朝から何も食べてなくてさ、いい加減腹ペコなんだ。
I push myself off the bench to leave the park. For the slightest moment, I think of taking her hand in mine again, but I stop myself. I can't hold it like I did before, back when I didn't have a reason to. Things were fine when I wasn't aware of my own feelings. But if I were to grab her hand now, if I were to hold it simply because I wanted to, it would be no good for me at all. Yo, delicious company. We end up going for our latest lunch at a little past 2 in the afternoon. I would like to take Arcade somewhere fancy, but ultimately I'm limited by what my wallet can afford.
私、式がいつも食べているところがいい。
That's what the lady said, so food court it is. Though I'm not sure if Arco will even want to eat any of this. It's still worth a try. After insensely scrutinizing the menu for a good while, she ends up ordering the same thing as me. I sit in the chair across from Arcoade. She takes a restless look around the floor court before popping a french fry in her mouth with practiced ease.
慣れてるんだろう。てっきりこういう店は初めてだと思ってた。
ええ、こういうところは初め
She
て
has a
よ。
different thing on.
前からどういった施設かは知っていたけど、それは知識だけのものだしね。
知識だけって。そっか。ニュースを見るんだから雑誌だって目を通しているのか。服も普通だし、割とこっちの事情に適応してるんだよな。
Velocitar was a lot closer to my idea of a Western vampire. Something more stereotypical medieval than what Arco is wearing now. But I guess even vampires know how to keep up with the times.
そういうプロセスで適応してるわけじゃないけど、ともあれ人間の文明圏に入るのならそれに即した常識は必要でしょ。だから起きた時はその時代の情報を覚えてから行動するの。まあ大抵は1日や2日で決着がつくから無駄になるんだけどね。
Every now and then Arco says something that goes totally over my head.
無駄になるってどうして？
だってことが終わればすぐに眠りに戻るから。次の目覚めが何年先になるかわからないんだし、覚えた知識は全て捨てて次の目覚めに備えていたの。でもそれって損をしてたみたい。私はね、今まで知識でしか世界を知らなかった。こういう人間たちの集まりがあるって知っていても、それを経験することはしなかったのよ。
なるほど。けど知ってるんならそれでいいんじゃないのか。現にさっきだってメニューに迷いはしたけど注文自体はスッとしてたんだし。
当然よ。そういう風に対応できるよう知識を得ているんだから。でもそれは数値だけの話なのよね。情報だけの世界はそれはそれで真だけど、受肉からの感覚は正しい理論より真がある。経験は理論を凌駕するってこういうことだったのね。何千億の単語を覚えていても実際にやってみないと何も手に入らないんだなって。
Me when I lab out fighting games when I can't execute them a little bit. Fucking. There's some truth to this. A somber sigh escapes her lips.
どうだろう。理論は経験を補うっていう逆説もあるとは思うけど。
それは理論だけしか知らない人の言葉でしょ。まあちょっと前までの私がそうなんだけど。
Arco is looking more downtrodden by the second. She's dragging me down too. I'm not really sure how to put it, but I just don't like seeing her this sad.
早計じゃないか。単にさ、理論だけで経験を補えるやつと経験で理論を覆せるやつがいるだけだと思うけど。ほら周りを見ろよ。この店だけでもこれだけ違う人たちがいるんだ。いろんなやつがいるんだから誰もが自分と同じじゃないだろ。
シキが真面目なこと喋ってる。
そっちが真面目な話をしたからこっちもそれに付き合ってるんですよ。
Especially now that you're finally opening up about yourself.
知ってる。シキって私の話したいことを話したい時にちゃんと付き合ってくれるって。いつもは怒鳴り散らすけど深刻になれば話を聞いてくれるでしょ。
Arco laughs cheerfully. I'll never say this out loud, but her laugh is nothing like that of a vampire. Do I really get shouty that often, though?
私って視野が狭かったのね。自分がこうと決めたらそれ以外のものは見えなくなるんだもの。私には自分しかいらない。自分だけが正しくあればいいって、そんな風にしか考えられない。でもそうよね。こんなにいろんな心があるんだから、私にできないことを当たり前のようにやってしまえる人だって世の中にはたくさんいるんだわ。
Arcwade's tone is almost gentle as she considers her shortcomings.
もっとも
Also, hello, Skydam.
反省したところで私の性格は変わりはしないんだけど、私今の自分が一番好きだし、やっぱり正しいんだって信じてるから。
I'm having a good old time. Having a good time doing this date after doing like the other dates, and I'm just like, I fucked up. I died. So, doing better. Arcade smiles proudly, takes another quick look around the food court, and falls with a hearty bite of her hamburger. Ooh, Trump. There she goes, eradicating my preconception about vampires again with each bite of junk food. It's strange. There's no way to eat a burger elegantly, but somehow Arkwright still managed to look gorgeous while doing so. So gorgeous, it's almost uncanny.
何？人のことチロジロ見て。
Vampire eat burger.
あ、これってこういう風に食べるものじゃないの？
Arkwright scrambles to place the burger back onto the tray. Sheepishly, she pats her lips with a napkin. Even the simple, mundane action look exceptionally high-class when she does it.
いや、それで合ってる。合ってるけど、なんか変だ。お前の場合、似合わないから食べるな。
I would not say this. Keep eating that burger.
何よそれ。似合わないってどういう意味？
イメージの問題だよ。お前みたいに口が小さいやつ。
Shiki gotta stop.
おとなしくポテトをかじっている分には問題ないから、俺の分もやる。
I place my fries on Arkwright's tray. Frankly, I'm not really sure what's driving me to act like this either.
いらない。せっかく食事をとることにしたのに、そんな柔らかいものばっかりじゃ物を食べてるって気がしないもの。
Arkwright purses her lips into a pout, then bites into her hamburger again. Every chomp of hers feels particularly exaggerated now that she's aware of my critical gaze. The intense ephemeral beauty that enveloped her before has diminished a little, making the scene just barely tolerable to the human man. Fucking. Okay, Shiki. Doesn't make a hamburger eating vampire any less bizarre, though. As a fact of nature, creatures need to ingest nutrients in order to survive. Most do that by eating. And yet, Arkwright says she doesn't drink blood. Would that mean her source of nutrients is the same as ours? Just regular food?
なあ、アルクエイド。
何よ、意地悪。
いや、もう文句は言わないって。聞きたいことができたんだけど、いいか？
いいけど、何？
あのさ、お前は吸血鬼だろ。なら、食事って呼べるものは血液だけじゃないのかなって。
Arkwright's eyes open wide. I knew it. This was an appropriate question to ask. Just look at her. He's obviously not bothered.
あのね、シキ。基本的に私は食事を取らないんだ。確かに、こういう風に栄養素を口にすれば自分の力だけで動けるけど、それは気分の問題なの。私の熱量の補充方法はシキたちとは違う。確かに食欲はあるけど、それは人間でいうところの性欲と同じかな。食べないとイライラするけど、私はあんまり食事に重きを置いていないから、反転衝動に襲われることは少ないよ。
Arkwright casually rejects the notion of a blood-based diet. Looks like she really is fine without drinking it at all.
そうか。
Oh, thank God. Arkwright might be a vampire, but she isn't at all like the rest of her kind. She doesn't kill people in order to feed. Seriously, why couldn't she have told me this from the start? She could have just said, I'm a vampire who doesn't need to drink blood. Things would have been so much easier. I would have been much more willing to cooperate.
ってちょっと待った。お前そりゃ吸血鬼って言わないぞ。
Just thinking of that one post, like, fucking, this vampire got nothing. This guy was a vampire with nothing. Like,
言うわよ。シキだって食事が味のないものばかりだったら耐えられなくなるでしょ。栄養素より毒素が多いものを食べたいと思う時がある。例えばこのハンバーガーね。シキ、あなたはなんでこの店を選んだの？単純な熱量補充のため？それともこの加工された粗末な肉と安いパンと化学調味料の塊をさしたる工夫も技術もなしに調理した大量生産品を心の底から食べたいと思ったから？
恥ずかしながらそういうジャンクなハンバーガーを食べたい
I just really want to eat burger.
それでいい。別に恥ずかしがることはないんだよ。私だって毒になると分かっていても美味しそうに見えるものはある。私にとって人間の血液はそういうもの。取らなくてもいいものを取りたいという欲求において私とあなたは変わらないわ。ほら、知性体は繁殖であれ食事であれ、それに何らかの二次的利益を付加しないとサボってしまう生き物でしょ。美味しいから物を食べる。 気持ちいいから交配をする。その究極があなたたち人間なんでしょうね。なんであれ、快楽につなげることがより強い繁栄方法だと知っている。比較的弱い生命体が最も強い生存力を示したこの宇宙でも稀有な例なんだから。
There's a certain passion to her words.
It's time to drink water.
She's telling me to drink water now.
It's time to drink water.
She says them without a single drip of disdain for humanity. If anything, it sounds more like a mother fondly extolling the growth of her children. However,
いや、それはどうなんだ。
she's making it sound like humans can't survive without entertainment or pleasure. As a human myself, I find that kind of tough to accept.
いいのよ、それで。だからこそあなたたちはこの星で一番の高等動物になった。生存することに意味を見出そうとする生命なんて星からしたらとんでもない進化だもの。まさにその発想はなかったね。とにかく神祖である吸血種、私の場合はそんな形而上の二次的利益を満たしてくれる最上級の食べ物が血液なの。だから活動するということだけを目的とするのなら人間の血を取る必要は全くない。
つまり神祖という吸血鬼にとって精神的空腹を満たすのに一番適したものが血液だと。けどアルクエイドは血を吸うのは嫌いだって言ったよな。そうか。人間に食べ物の好き嫌いがあるようにアルクエイドは血の味が嫌いってわけだな。
The realization hits me out of nowhere. But you're refuted just as quickly by Arcwade's troubled frown.
わからない。血の味なんて私知らないもの。
She doesn't know?
私は吸血種としては半人前だって言ったでしょ。血の味は知らない。それがどんなものなのかまだわからない。わかるのは血を吸うということはその相手を人と認識しなくなるっていうことだけ。
Arcway mutters as she casts her gaze to the side.
ねえシキ、もしもよ、もしも鳥や魚にあなたと同じぐらいの知性と寿命があったらあなたは食べられる？どんなに知性があっても食べ物は食べ物だからって割り切って食べられる？
いや、それは。
Could I? I'm not sure. I suppose if there are still creatures of lesser intelligence around, I'd rather eat those instead.
ほら、そういうこと。私が血を嫌っているのはそういう理由なんだ。まあ、シキの言う通り好き嫌いはあるのかもしれない。私、できることなら血は見たくないもの。だけど、そうね。もしも私に人の知性や価値観がなかったら、ためらうことなく血を吸っていたかもしれない。生きるために他の生命を奪うことは自然界じゃ当然の摂理なんだし。
I can't help but flinch a little in surprise. She's saying it's not a sin to murder in the name of survival. It's a perfectly natural line of reasoning for a vampire, but hearing it from her lips still makes me recoil. I'm here to kill vampires that follow that very line of thought. And I'm not about to view Arcwade as one of them.
そりゃ生きるために他の生き物を食うのは自然の摂理だろう。けど人間とお前は似たようなもんじゃないか。同種を食べるのが禁忌なのも自然界のルールだろう。だからそういう例え話はやめてくれ。もしもの話はあんまり好きじゃないんだ。
そう？私はイフって好きよ。どんな結果になるかわからないけど、とりあえずその時はどこかに救いがあるような気がするでしょ。
What ifs? What if she wasn't a vampire? Then I wouldn't have to feel like this. What if she was a blood-sucking monster like other vampires? Would I be less irritated?
どうしたのシキ？いきなり暗い顔しちゃって。あ、もしかしてトイレとか？
あのな、一 人が真面目に悩んでるっていうのに、よりにもよってそれか、お前は。
I sigh. But honestly, that was just what I needed to pull myself back. No matter how hard I think about them, these moral questions about drinking or not drinking blood don't seem to affect Arcade all that much.
そうだよな。俺には関係のない話だった。
もうさっきから一人でブツブツ言っちゃって。隠し事はずるいわよ、シキ。
Arcade huffs at me like an angry kitten.
隠し事なんかしていないよ。
Some kind of Neko arc, even.
そもそも隠し事だらけなのはそっちの方だろ。いつも俺にはわからない話をして面白がってるんだから。
面白がってるって、そんなことあるけど。
なんだ、本当にこっちが頭を抱えてる姿を面白がってたのか。いたずら好きっていうか、秘密主義っていうか。ま、どうせ俺はお前とは違う生き物だからどうでもいいけど。
そんなことない。私ちゃんとシキには話してあげてるよ。隠し事が多いように見えるのはシキがあんまり聞いてこないだけなんじゃない？
There she goes again, hitting me where it hurts. To be honest, I can consciously avoid asking her too much. As a human, it's terrifying to venture any deeper into the world of vampires. And as an individual, I didn't want to know so much that I couldn't go back to my old Monday life whenever I felt like it. But after last night, I've come too far to keep myself in the dark. There are some things I simply have to know.
よし、聞けば教えてくれるんだ。
ええ、私たち協力し合ってるチームだもの。
Then I'll do exactly as she wants. I'll get straight to the core of the matter. To one thing that Arquid has been evading this entire time. The identity of her target. I need to know who this vampire is that we're chasing.
それじゃあ質問。アルクエド、お前の敵って結局どんな吸血鬼なんだ？
それは
なんだよ、俺に隠し事はしないって
そうなんだけど、怒らないで聞いてね。この町に吸血鬼が潜んでいると分かったのはつい最近のことで、私はまだ本体に出会えてさえいない。今回の敵がどんな姿をしているのか、男性なのか女性なのか、子供なのか大人なのかさえ分からない。
じゃあ他の特徴は？ほら、ブローブの懲罰能力だっけ？ああいう特徴はないのか？
それも実際に見るまでは断定できない。私の追っている敵はそう強力な人じゃないけど、今回は何を得意としてどんな体になっているのか。そうね、その幅広さがあいつの特徴と言えるかも。この町にあいつの気配があることしか私にはわからないわ。
She seems to be telling the truth, but it does feel like she's hiding something crucial. For starters,
まだ見つけていない以上、相手の特徴はわからない。それはいい。当然の話だ。けど、そいつの名前ぐらいは知ってるだろう。
前。
そう、名前。
Arcoid hangs her head and goes silent. She's struggling. Something's preventing her from saying her target's name. Or so I thought.
あいつの。
A feeling of foreboding gnaws on my chest. A chill runs down my neck, cold enough to make me believe she's frozen the entire restaurant with a single breath.
あいつの名前はね、シキ。
She says she won't hide anything from me.
あいつの名前はミハイル。
Michael
ミハイル
Roa
はバルダム
Valdrol.
よ。人間から吸血鬼になった。どこにでもいる使徒の一人よ。
Some would say Honest Mid's Michael, even. Her eyes remain downcast, her lips are chillingly beautiful as she mouthed the words. Yet a deep sense of loathing fills every word.
アルクエド。
She remains silent, but her shoulders tremble, She's doing her best to hold back everything she's feeling even now.
つまらないことを聞いて悪かった。名前が知れただけで十分だ。あとは直接見つけてこの目で確かめればいいさ。
Arcade lightly shakes her head, as though she's telling me she can't lay the matter to rest now. A few moments pass in silence.
ごめんなさい、シキ。みっともないよね。私、あいつの名前を口にすると冷静でいられなくなるみたい。
Arcade still won't meet my eyes as she apologizes. This meekness doesn't suit her.
気にしないでいいよ。お前には悪いけど、むしろ人間らしくてほっと。
そうなの？人間らしいってどこが？
なあ、憎い相手だから追いかけて感情的になりそうだから敵としか口にしなかったんだろ。無感情に事務的に吸血鬼を殺すってことより納得がいく。お前にちゃんと理由があるのなら俺はその方が。
Want to help even more, I almost say, but I stop myself just in time. Those wouldn't be the words of someone who's only in it to protect the city.
とにかく質問は終わり。この手の飯は冷めると致命的にまずくなるからさ。
うん。でもこれもともと美味しくないと思うよ。四季の味覚ってちょっとあれよね。
The princess politely averts her gaze. Apparently, she thinks I have a peasant's palate. That's totally unfair. We just got unlucky today. Burgers can be delicious sometimes. After finishing up our food and wandering around the main street for a while, we decided to go to my school. The idea came about when the sun was just about to set. Without warning, Arkwright perked up and said something totally out of left field.
四季の通っている学校に行きたいな。
I'm not sure what she had in mind, but that wickedly disarming smile made me cave. It's a little before 5. Due to our school's early dismissal and ban on club activities, there's no one around the main gate. I'd wager you could count the number of people left within the building on one hand. As long as we don't do anything conspicuous, I could probably take Arkwright as far as the courtyard.
言っとくけど校舎の中には入れないからな。俺は今日ずる休みしちまったし、アルクエドは部外者なんだから。
分かってるって。四季に迷惑はかけないから安心して。
Arkwright curiously glances through the gates to see what's going on inside. You better move. I can't think of anything more noticeable than a random blonde beauty loitering outside the gate.
アルクエド、こっち。とにかく中庭に入ろう。
Taking her by the hand, I lead her inside. The courtyard is just as quiet as I expected. When I think of it, Arkwright actually came here once before. At the time, it felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest. Looking back on it now, though, I can't help but smile. I mean, come on, this vampire strolls around in broad daylight into my school, no less. You'd think there'd be a limit for her cluelessness.
ねえ、気づいてる？四季。
She don't even got a single brain cell going on in that head, says Shiki.
気づいてるって何が？
学校のこと。私が見る限り誰もいないみたいだけど。
なんだって？
I look through the windows. The classrooms are empty naturally, but I'm surprised to see the lights in the faculty room are also turned off. Margaret's right. This place is totally empty aside from us. The main gate was still open though. Did we just miss the last staff member leaving as we were heading to the courtyard?
ねえねえ、中には誰もいないんだよ。
Arcade looks at me expectantly. Somehow I know exactly what she's trying to say.
嫌です。
My outright refusal goes in one ear and out the other.
人がいないなら中に入っても怒られないわよね。
いいタイミングで来たんだ私たち。
だから金輪際嫌なんだって。
へえ、思ったより中は広いんだ。廊下も広いし、これなら十分使えそうね。
That's weird. Arcwade's voice just now sounded like it came from near the windows.
シキ、このドア開かないんだけど壊しちゃっていいかな。
I take off at warp speed. Arcwade is standing in front of one of the windows, idly winding up her arm in anticipation. I'm practically nauseous from panic as I run to intercept her before she actually punches the glass in.
なんで人の話を聞かないんだお前は。
There's no way I can unleash such a deranged vandal into our proper school. Even if I stand no chance of stopping her, I should at least try.
あ、来た。
Arcade seems to be in high spirits.
お前な、俺の高校を見て何が楽しいんだ。遊び場なら他にもたくさんあるだろう。適当に連れて行ってやるからよそに行こう。
そうでもないんじゃない？シキの通ってるここはそれなりに楽しそうなんだけど。シキ、私校舎の中に入ってみたい。そこの入り口の鍵殺してくれない？
殺してくれないってお前な。
私がやるよりシキの方が綺麗でしょ。シキの切り口はどんな刃物にもできない切断面だもの。後になって誰かが見つけても救命できずでおしまいだよ。
She eagerly gestures at the window.
たく、変に子供みたいなんだから。
I tilt my glasses a bit, peering just over the frame. It doesn't take long to locate the arc-shaped line that runs along the window's latch.
そう、都合よくあるんだもんな。
Slipping a knife out of my pocket, I smoothly sever the lock. Though I guess it's more accurate to say I killed a lock.
いいよ、ここから中に入ろう。
I open the window wide and we climb inside. May those that clean up after class forgive us. I'm not sure if I should call it predictable or cliche, but the first place Arco wanted to see was my classroom, located on the third floor.
シキはここで何を習ってるの？
何って、世間一般の学生が習うことだよ。歴史の勉強から自国の文化への深い造形。ついでに、物のあり方の理解度を深める物理や数学。ああ、いずれ諸外国に旅立つことも想定して、英語も教わっている。
そうなんだ。シキのことだから効率のいい人体解剖術とか刃物の扱い方を習ってるのかと思った。
Arcanach managed to land a good one there.
アルクエイド、お前、初めからここがどういうところだか知ってて言ってるだろう。
大当たり。
Arca gives me a round of applause as she laughs. It's always a struggle to figure out what's on her mind, but this time she's being especially incomprehensible. The code in my school has nothing to do with the vampire hunting, surely. What is she planning?
シキ、
Watch this, she like scrapes her claws on the fucking chalkboards, like, ow, my ears!
なんだよ、急に真面目な顔して。やっぱりここに連れ込んだのは訳ありなのか？
いえ、ここに来たことにさして理由はないわ。私はただここでのことを聞きたいだけ。
ここでのことって。
そう、シキはここで一日の半分を費やしているのよね。そうまでした知識や経験は全て使い切ることがあるの？あなたは人生に不必要なことを学んで時間を浪費していたりするんじゃないの？
はい。
Out of all her questions, this might be the one I've had the most trouble grasping.
ここで習った知識や技術はあなたの人生において一度も使われないこともあるのよね。
まあ、確かに多くは無駄になるかもな。数学を習ってはいるけど、専門職に就かないのならそこまで活用はできないだろうし、生きていく上で使うのは算数までのレベルでいいし、国の歴史や英語を習ったところでそれをこの先使うかどうかはわからない。ハルクエイドの言う通り、 ここで過ごす時間の大半は人生にとって余分なものだよ。
なんだ、ちゃんと気づいてたんだ。ならどうしてそんな無駄なことをするの？あなたたちの時間は短いんだから、そんなことをしている暇なんてないはずなのに。
暇はないって。まあはっきりとした目的が今はないからね。それまではこうやって無駄に生きているわけだけど。
信じられないな。無駄だと分かっていながらそれを日々の糧にしているなんて、私には信じられない。
Arcue's voice turns into a mutter. I don't quite understand why it's affecting her so much. All I can do is try to find a reply to her That's a word. Soliloquy? Yeah, soliloquy.
日々の枷か。けどさ、無駄ってそんなに悪いことかな。いいじゃないか、余分なことって。ここで習ったことがここでしか使われなくっても、それはそれで日々の名残になるだろう。いつか年を取ってぼんやりと過ごしている時にさ、ああそんなこともあったなーって苦笑しながら思い出せる出来事なら、それはそれで意味があるよ。
その思い出自体が無駄なことなのに、それを楽しく思い出せるっていうの？式は。
ああ、そのあたりは大丈夫。自分にとって都合の悪いものは思い出せないようにできてるんだよ、人間って。人生は無駄なことだらけだし、突き詰めて考えると生きてること自体が無駄じゃないか。その反対で無駄なことをするために人間は生きてるのかもしれない。だから俺はあんまり深刻にはならない。全ては無意味なことなんだって気づかないよう、ごまかしやっていくのが当たり前の生き方なんだと思うよ。
無駄だと認めた上でそれをこなすんだ。私は無駄なことはできない。今までだって必要なこと以外はやってこなかったから。
何言ってるんだ。それなら今日一日のことなんて無駄だらけじゃないか。アルクエイドの目的は吸血鬼を見つけることだろ。なら俺と街を歩く必要なんてないし。
そうよね。それが私にもよくわからなくて、無駄しかないような式に質問してみたんだけど、余計わからなくなっちゃった。
はいはい、悪うございました。どうせ俺は無駄しかない人間だよ。自分でも自分のいていい理由が証明できないしね。
ごめんね。式の言いたいことはわかるんだ。人間という種は価値基準を個人ではなく全体で持っている。だからこの間違いも全体が正しければ許してもらえる。あなたたちは最後に種が終わりを迎える瞬間にたった一つの答えを生み出すために反映できる。けど私たちは個体だから、自身の間違いは決して許されない。自分以外の意志を決して自身に反映させてはいけない。だから余分なことはしちゃいけないんだなってずっと教えられてきた。
Ever so softly, Arcueid strings the words together like she's confessing to something.
でもわからなくなっちゃった。たった少し、たったの7日間だけなのに。私は正しいのかなって。だってすごく楽しいんだもの。こうしてるのが、生きているっていうのがただそれだけで嬉しいなんて今まで考えたこともなかった。私壊れちゃったのかな。今までこんなに長く起きていたことがないから。本当はもうとっくに眠ってしまっていて、自分勝手な夢を見てしまっているだけなのかな。
I'm at a loss for words. There's no way I could even start to comprehend what things are like for her. I don't have a clue what she's going through. All I know is that I hate seeing her like this.
壊れてるって何が？お前は普通に見えるけど。
外見はそうだろうけど、中身が違っちゃってるんだ。楽しいとか辛いとか、そんな余分な感情が今はとても大きくなってる。以前は無視できたものが無視できなくなっているなら、それは壊れてるということでしょ。それにね、私は普通じゃないよ。四季とは違う吸血鬼なんだから。
Loneliness is etched into her face, but she almost appears to be smiling. She looks fragile, like she might fade away into the sunset. Something's off here. None of this is right. Arcwade, bathed in the sunset's amber glow, is looking more frail than I've ever seen her. How can such a thing be real?
らしくないな。
This isn't how she's supposed to be. You're a vampire, goddammit. Don't you go looking all vulnerable and sweet like a normal girl.
無視できないとか、無駄なことをしているとか、気にするな。自分のことなんて真剣に考えてもいいことないぞ。何を迷ってるか知らないけど、お前はそのままでいいんだ。だって誰にも迷惑なんて。
そうかな。私、四季によく怒鳴られるけど。
バカ、俺は例外。俺にはお前を殺した罪があるんだから。お前に引っ張り回されるのは自業自得なんだよ。だから、いいんだ。俺は好きでやってるんだから。俺にかける迷惑なんて考えないでくれ。
My words did little to alleviate the darkness in her eyes. I can't stand seeing her like this. She looks so defeated. I just want to pull her into my arms and hold her tight.
頼むから、もっとシャンとしてくれ、アルクエイド。そりゃお前はわがままだったり自由すぎたり手を焼かされるけど、それ以外の部分はまともだよ。壊れてなんかいないし、普通の女の子と変わらない。だから、いつもみたいに笑ってくれ。お前にそんな顔をされると、こっちの気持ちが悪くなる。
ひどい言いようね。私、そんなにわがままかな。
She mutters as she gives me a sideways glance. Damn it, I let my guard down. Anyway, did a little princess really not realize how selfish she can be?
バカ、何言ってるんだお前。アルクエイドからわがままって単語を取ったらもう骨しか残らないぞ、骨しか。
Damn. I only meant to poke a little fun at her, but I wind up laughing way too hard at my dumb joke. It's just that I never dreamed I'd see her looking this bashful. Oops. She's angry.
四季のバカ、人が真剣に相談してるっていうのに何よこの白状者。
そりゃそうだよ。俺はお前以外には優しいって言ったじゃないか。白状なのは今に始まったことじゃないし。
Man, it is true though, and I can't help but snort in agreement. This is a better look for her, pure and honest. None of that doom and gloom that plagued her earlier.
やっぱりお前は元気な方がいい。俺もなんだかほっとした。
なんで四季がホッとするの？私に対しては白状なんでしょ？あなたって。
いや、まあそれはそうなんだけど。
I can deal with her dragging me around and being a general pain in my ass, but what I can't handle is seeing her so depressed. Well there. That's a dangerous train of thought to follow. She's pretty, she's a good person. I'm certainly not bored whenever we're together. But that's as far as this goes. I can't allow myself to develop feelings beyond that threshold. Get a hold of yourself, Shiki. It doesn't matter how cute she looks. She's still a vampire.
もう、はっきりしない人ね。
自分で自分のこともわからないの？
さっきまで弱音吐いていた吸血鬼に言われたくない。いいんだ、俺は自分がわからなくて。おかしいって自覚はしてるし。いつも記憶が曖昧で貧血ばっかり起こしてるんだぞ。
そっか。だからシキはいつもぼーっとしてるんだ。
Arkway nods wholeheartedly as she's finally figured something out.
It's time to drink water.
No time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
She accepts my makeshift excuses so readily that before I can even be mad, I find myself pondering if what she said could be true. For one, Akia does complain about me spacing out on a regular basis. I must look pretty unreliable from an outsider's point of view.
さて、
We can't stay in this classroom forever. It's time we headed back outside. Even if there's no one around now, we shouldn't attempt fate in case one of the teachers comes back.
ほら、そろそろ出るぞ。もう用事はないんだろ。
うん。用事はないんだけど。シキ？
Yeah, I say with a glance. There's a moment of hesitation before she confronts me with her strangest question so far.
シキには楽しいことってあるの？
今日は熱でもあるのですか？
茶化さないで。私、少しはあなたの体のことを知っているわ。自分の体がいつ死んでもおかしくないってことぐらい。
My jaw clenches tight at the sudden shift. A stinging sensation. My old scar feels like it's tightening.
まあ、そりゃ、人間はいつか死ぬ。
あなたの場合、人より早いでしょうけどね。
Your eyes are dead serious. But it's not like I'm the only one that could die easily. I've seen the lines of death that cover this world. Everybody is covered in vulnerabilities. Spots that could render them dead at an instant.
どうしてかしらね。あなたを見ていると、時々、わけもなく怖くなる。そんな不安定な命で、楽しいと思える時があるの、シキ。
She's asking me if I enjoy my life? This girl really is so...
本当にバカだな、お前。そんなの、俺にわかるはずがないじゃないか。
I couldn't possibly know whether my life is fun. A model sense of justice, a moral code deemed proper by society, a sense of humanity that prizes peace. Those were all gifted to me by Master, and they've been useful and integral in getting me through life so far. At my core, I'm less than human. From the beginning, I've never really grasped those sorts of vague ideas. But there is one thing I can say with certainty. For a little while after I nearly died, while I was still undergoing surgery in the operating room, I think I found myself in total blackness. It was probably a dream, if anything. At the time, I knew I was dead. I knew that the dark place around me was death itself. By some miracle, I was revived, and then I got to meet Master, and even regain some semblance of an ordinary life. For that, I will be forever grateful. There's something I didn't realize until after I died. This world we live in is so peaceful, and so very beautiful. Even if my eyes try to deny it, I don't know whether I enjoy this life. I don't think I'll ever be able to say. As long as I have these eyes, death will be an ever-present stain. But even so, life is beautiful. Even if many people never find happiness, my past self knew that to be human means to derive joy simply from living. It feels so long ago now, but I'm sure that before the accident, I lived life to the fullest. So I can keep going, even though I've been shown that everything's pointless. I'm no longer the same person as before. It's hard to buy that many values and morals are even sincere. For Shikitono, The idea of a joy died long ago. If you were to ask me whether I'm enjoying my life, I'd probably say yes, unless presented with something irrefutably to the contrary. No matter how terrible things get, I'm satisfied simply knowing that I'm alive. I don't need anyone to tell me this. Humans really do find meaning just in living their lives.
たださ、生きてるだけで楽しいんじゃないかな。今までが楽しかったから、これからもやっていこうって気になるんだ。まあ、お前の質問に答えるとしたら、こんなところか。
Despite my confident demeanor, I actually feel pretty embarrassed putting it out in the open. After all, I've only got 17 years of life experience. If there's some kind of objective answer to a question like this, I'm not the one to ask. But when I look at the woman in front of me...
そっか。それが四季の心なんだ。そうしているだけで楽しい。か。そうよね。余分なことだって分かっていても、楽しいのなら切り捨てることはできないもの。私はそれが怖くてつまらないことを聞いたけど、今はそれが答えでいいかな。
With the sweetest of smiles, she embraces my immaturity.
なんだよ。さっきのこと、まだ引きずってたのか。
そうだけど、とりあえずわだかまりは消えてくれたわ。だから、この町に救っている吸血鬼を倒すまでは迷わない。それまで四季と一緒に戦うよ。
Arkway nods confidently, flashing that smile of hers again. Till we fight and defeat this vampire, huh?
そうだったな。俺とお前って、そういう関係だったっけ？
Today was an outlier. It made me completely forget that what we have is nothing like this.
なあ、アルクエイド。全部終わった後、吸血鬼を倒し終わったらさ、別れる前に、もう一度だけこうして遊ばないか？
それ、どういうこと？
アルクエイドの目的が済んだら、もう一度ぐらい無駄なことをしようって言ったんだよ。結局、俺とお前は協力し合っているから一緒にいるだけだろ。だから本当に何の義務もなくなった後、何の意味もなく会えたらどう？
Though that's not my true motive. What I really want is for us to hang out as normal friends. Then Arkway could spend a day having fun, making normal memories, not thinking about vampires. I think she'd enjoy that.
まあ、お前が忙しいって言うんなら別にいいけど。
My mouth spots the opposite of what my heart yearns to say. Arkway's eyes briefly widened in shock.
全部終わったらまたここに来ようね、四季。何の意味もないけど、それはきっとすごく楽しいよ。
With a bounce in her step and a brilliant smile, she turns my suggestion into a promise. Here, in this classroom dyed in sunset, the image of her awash in hues outside of time will leave a lasting memory for the rest of my days. What a cute little scene that was. Afterwards, she forced me to take her to the broadcasting room, the art room, and so on. By the time we finish our tour of the school, the sun has long set. It's just past 7:30 now. Still a little early in the evening, but we might as well start hunting now.
すっかり暗くなったな。他に行くところもないし、そろそろ始めようか、アルクエイド。
もう行くの？まだ街は明るいよ。
早いに越したことはないだろう。昼間は十分に遊んだんだから、夜ぐらいはきちんと仕事をこなさないと。
四季って変に生真面目よね。そんなに真面目なのに、どうして昨日は約束を破ったりしたのかしら。
仕方ないだろう。昨日は
Girl, I was
体
sick.
が動かなかった。直前までは公園に行くつもりだったんだ。
In hindsight, I was reckless to have ever thought of meeting her in such a condition. That caused a bad end earlier. If Fog hadn't stopped me yesterday, I'm sure I would have dragged Arkway down to some critical juncture.
ほん、そうなんだ。じゃあそうしよっか。
なんだその顔。嫌な予感しかしないんだけど。なんだよ、そうしよっかって。
だから式は公園に行くつもりだったんでしょ。まだ時間はあるんだし、昨日できなかったことなら今やり直せばいいじゃない。
Arkway takes off at a light jog. It seems like she's actually headed for the park.
ちょっと待てってば。
I break out to a sprint just to make sure I don't lose sight of her.
「ほら、なんだかんだ言ってちゃんとついてくるんだよね、式って。
バカ。お前を一人にすると何するかわからない。
My shoulders heave as I try to force air into my needy lungs. I can't believe she actually made me run through all those crowds to catch up. She's really putting me through the ringer today.
でもやっぱりこの時間だと人が多いのね。そこかしこに人の気配がしてちょっと落ち着かないかな。
だからどうしてこっちの話を聞かない。
そう？私、式の声はちゃんと聞いているつもりだけど。
そうか。聞こえていて無視しているとなると余計にたちが悪い。
無視もしてないよ。式の小言に返答すると決まってバカって言われるから黙ってるだけなんだけど。
そうか。それはこっちにも問題があったかもしれないか。
With some deep breaths, I finally get my breathing back in order. It's about 1.5 kilometers from school to the park. It wasn't even that long of a run, but I still can't get my heart to stop racing. It's not that Arka was particularly fast either. If anything, she seemed to be going slow by her usual standards. Maybe my anemia is still acting up after yesterday. I don't exactly feel like I'm in the best shape right now.
大丈夫、式。無理しないでベンチで休んだら。
そうする。体が落ち着いたら町の方に行くからな。あ、
もう式がやる気になってるのは嬉しいけど、まだ時間が早すぎるのよ。ブローブの時もそうだったけど、吸血鬼は自分たちの時間でなければむやみに活動はしないものなの。彼らはもっと夜の気配が濃くならないと活動しないから、しばらくは時間を潰さないとね。
Couldn't she have said so earlier? With nothing better to do, I stare at the park clock from my spot on the bench. It appears to be a little past 9. The crowds are thinning out little by little as the night deepens. Arke doesn't sit down on the bench with me. Instead, she paces around aimlessly. Time simply passes. It's so silent. The bright moon tenderly bathes Arke in the park in the silver light.
月明かりか。
I think back to 2 days ago, when I was attacked in front of the Tono estate. If only the moon had been this bright back then I might have been able to get a good look at the assailant's face.
ああ！
Oh. I jump up from the bench.
式？どうしたの？死者でも見つけちゃった？
いや、そうじゃなくて、とんでもないことを忘れてた。
Yeah, now we probably should tell her this. I can't believe myself. What the hell was I thinking? I was attacked on my way home. How the hell could I have forgotten about that?
アルクエド、俺2日前の夜に変なやつに襲われた。
お？変なやつってどんなやつ？
それが。
Once I calm down a bit, I run Arkway through everything that happened in as much detail as possible.
というわけなんだけど。
After catching her up, I peek at Arkway to gauge her reaction. From start to finish, her eyes remained focused, her brow knit in silent consternation.
あの黒い死者とノエル先生、代行者って言うんだな。あの人はお前の敵なのか？
そうね、両方とも私の敵よ。その黒い死者は何者か知らないけど、修道服を着た女。
I'm gonna skim this over a little bit here since we kind of told her this in the bad end route earlier, so. Arkway narrows her eyes, struck with a foul mood. Though I'd say there's more to it, beneath her demeanor lies an irritation that pricks at her nerves.
シキを助けた奴は確かに代行者でしょうね。念のために聞いておくけど、そいつ。
ああ、ノエル先生一人だったけど。
Thinking back, I fail to recall her saying that executors work in pairs.
そう。そいつの独断か、あるいは動けない理由があるのか。もう一人があの女だとしたら目障りね。あいつなら私より先に棺を見つけ出せるでしょうし、先にそっちを潰しておくか。
Arkway's irritation levels are sky high. I'm not really sure why, but she clearly cannot stand Miss Noel's partner. I've seen Arkway demonstrate hostility before. I've seen her act with a full intent to kill, but I've never seen her display such blatant enmity. She must really loathe this woman.
アルクエイドにとってノエル先生が敵だっていうのはわかる。でも目的は同じなんだから協力し合えないのか？
まあね、場合によっては手を貸してあげることもあるわ。でも今回は絶対に無理。人間には譲らないし、もし代行者があの女ならまずそっちを始末してる。
We really won't be able to settle this peacefully, huh? It's probably best to abandon the idea of cooperating with Miss Noel.
OK。あっちとは協力しないんだな。お前がそう言うなら、俺もこれ以上は言わない。理由は聞かないよ。
え？うん、ありがとう。なんかシキ、優しくない？いつもならもっとしつこく食い下がってくるのに。
お前が嫌がってるのは分かったからな。でもノエル先生との関係とノエル先生の背景については別問題だぞ。いい加減その代行者ってのが何なのか、もし。
そうね、余分な知識だから話さなかったけど、こうなった以上話しておくわ。以前も説明したけど、上司タイプの吸血鬼は己の存在を隠蔽しようとする。犠牲者を出しても周囲にそれを異常だと気がつかせないよう様々な魔術を働かせる。これどうしてだかわかる？
外敵を呼び込まないためだっけ？派手にやるとやってくるんだろう、吸血鬼退治の専門家たちが。
I mean, I guess there's the police, but it's not like vampires actually view them as a threat. The poor guys facing off against Vlad proved the point all too clearly. The only thing a vampire fears is a monster of the same caliber.
そう、吸血鬼には天敵がいる。それも今ではパワーバランスはあっちの方が上っていう殺し屋みたいな集団がね。吸血鬼たちが人間を秘密裏に搾取するのは自己保身のためよ。彼らは社会的な風文ではなく、その天敵に嗅ぎつけられることを嫌って自然に死体を隠蔽する。
それがノエル先生みたいな連中か。吸血鬼たちの天敵って。
As an unremarkable human being, I could do with fewer aberrations getting mixed up in my day-to-day life.
何言ってるのよ。確かに代行者は人間離れしているけど、彼らはどこまで行っても人間よ。吸血鬼、使徒の天敵というのはあなたたち人間そのものなんだから。
天敵って俺たちが？
Even though we're essentially helpless livestock for them to feed on?
もうずっと昔、西暦が始まったばかりの頃、人間は様々な魔術、神秘学、式典儀礼をもとに組織体系を作り、人間以外の霊長類を排除し始めた。その最たるものが聖堂教会、普遍的という名を掲げた欧州の一大宗教よ。彼らは昔から 人間でないものを徹底的に淘汰してきたけど、その中でも吸血鬼に対する敵視はどうかしているわ。世界中のどんな宗教を見たって教会以上に吸血鬼を敵視している宗教はない。あれはね、すでに疲れてる。病的すぎる。この私でさえできるなら関わりたくないぐらいだもの。
Arkwright sighs in exasperation. Seems she's had her fair share of run-ins with the church. After all, whenever I can help it would imply there are times she can't.
で、四季を助けたのはその中でも異端狩りを専門としている連中よ。主の教えを代行するという役割からエクスキューターって呼ばれてる。教会の矛盾点を法ではなく力で処理する。決して表には出てこない殺し屋みたいなエクソシスト。
Exorcists, purgers of demons, or vampire-slaying priests in this case. I'm so captivated by the idea I don't even know what to say.
ただの代行者なら可愛いものだけど、これが埋葬機関の代行者になると話は違ってくる。あいつらは使徒を捕獲するためなら手段を選ばない。もし派遣された代行者がそっちだったら、ブローブが暴れる前にこの町は地図から消えていたかもね。
ブローブ以上ってそんなに見境なしなのか、そいつら。
ええ、連中は相手が吸血鬼であるのなら何をしても許される権限を持っている。それは使徒に狙われた町も同じ。まだ人間が生活していようが、すでに汚れた土地ならもろともに焼き尽くす。そのノエルって代行者が今まで何もしなかったのは、私と使徒を同時に始末する機会を伺っていたんでしょうね。埋葬機関にとって人間ではない霊長はそれだけで悪だから。
Arkwright practically spits out the words before beginning to pace around. It feels like this just got a lot more complicated. Arkwright isn't just targeted by other vampires. She's also being hunted by those who consider every vampire their enemy.
なんだよ、それじゃ一人きりじゃないか、あいつ。
I watch over Arkwright as she wanders to and fro. Under the brilliant moonlight, she looks like a lost child with no place to call home. The hands on the clock steadily press on. Before I know it, a full 2 hours has passed since we came to the park. I'm all rested up and the park has grown totally empty. It's time for the denizens of the night to come out to play, whether they be human or not.
アルクエド、そろそろいいんじゃないか。
そうね、そろそろいいと思う。
Despite what she says, her mind seems occupied by something else.
さっきからおかしいぞ、アルクエド。昨日乗らないことでもあったのか。
そういうわけじゃないけど、シキが話してくれた黒い死者のことがちょっと引っかかって。
Her usual enthusiasm is nowhere to be seen. Just as I'm about to ask her what's bothering her, she breaks the silence.
あ、そういえばね、シキ。私、昨日ここでナンパされたのよ。
はい？
Huh? Talk about mood whiplash. This girl's got all the consistency of a kaleidoscope.
ごめん、ちょっと意味がわからない。
だから、昨日ここで式を待っている間、男の人に声をかけられたって言ってるの。
いや、何が起きたのかはわかるんだが、お前、黒い死者について考え事してるんじゃなかったのか。
してたわよ。だから思い出したの。式が襲われたみたいに私も男の人に声をかけられたなって。
なるほど、そりゃよかった。確かに外見だけならお前は美人だからな。まっとうな感性と驚嘆に値する胆力を持つ男なら声の一つぐらいかけるさ。
やっぱり私も最初は敵かなって思ったんだけど、式が言ってたじゃない、私はいるだけで目立つって。 だからしばらく出方を伺ってたらただの人間だって分かったわ。まさに間一髪ね、あの人。ほら、昨夜の私、誰かさんのおかげでちょっとイライラしてたから。
ちょっと待って、まさかとは思うけど、ナンパしに来た男をだな。
何もしなかったよ。ちょっとだけ話して私のことを忘れてもらっただけだから。その式の言葉を思い出さなかったらどうにかしてたかもしれないけど。
そうか、偉いぞアルクエイド。お前にも分別ってものがあったんだ。
当然でしょ。私を怒らせるなんて式ぐらいのものだもの。他の誰にも私を殺したり助けたりしてくれる人はいないんだから。
Her voice is clear and full of trust. I'm losing track how many times that carefree smile of hers has caught me off guard.
そりゃまあ、誰だって殺されれば頭にくる。
I managed a response and avert my gaze from Arcwade's wandering. A month ago, back when there were no serial killers to worry about, this park would be filled with young couples and students hanging out on their way home. Now it's just the two of us. And for just this moment, vampires and lines of death are on the back burner. Here we are, idling around a moonlit park like it was the most natural thing in the world.
あ、ねえほら。
I glance up when she calls out to me.
なんだよ、何かあった？
ほら、あの時計。これでちょうど時間になったね。
Arkwright points at the park's clock with a satisfied smile. She's right. It's exactly 10 o'clock. The time we promised to meet. A promise that I broke. And here we are, in the very place where I left her all alone. The world seems stuck in my throat, though I can't say why. Why did such a small thing make my heart skip a beat? Why does such a small thing make her look so happy? I really don't know. We spent the entire day walking around town together, and never once felt like she was some terrifying vampire.
一つ聞くけど。
Stop this, Shiki.
何？
お前ってさ。
Don't bother with such meaningless bullshit.
私が何？
本当に吸血鬼なのかなって。
What sort of answer are you expecting, you idiot?
吸血鬼なのかって。シキ、今さら何を言ってるの？
今さらじゃない。今になってそう思っただけだ。
I avert my eyes.
はあ、シキって頭が柔らかいんだか硬いんだか。私は気にしないけど、それってひどい侮辱よ。何を根拠にそんなことを言うのか聞かせて。
What indeed? I don't have anything to base it on, but she hasn't proven that she's a vampire either. Which is why...
お前は血を見るのも嫌なんだろう。そんな吸血鬼がいるもんか。自分で半人前だと言ってたけど、血を吸ったことのない吸血鬼なんて半人前以下だと思う。
You know that isn't true. You just don't want her to be one.
そう。ならシキ、ベンチから立ってこっちに来て。
Arcwade's voice is flat and motionless. I get up and walk over, just as she says. Our eyes meet. A mere 2 meters separate us. And then, Arcwade lets out a deep sigh before seemingly forcing a smile.
そうだよね。私も本当はそう思ってたんだ。果たしてアルクエイド・ブルーンスタッドは本当に吸血鬼なのでしょうかって。
Arcwade Brunstad. Thank God. Tension leaves my shoulders. I sigh in relief. I was so afraid that my question would have hurt her feelings. But Arcwade shrugs it off like a joke. We're all good.
だよな。アルクエイドはどう見ても吸血鬼らしくない。
じゃ試してみよっか。
Arcade flashed me a smile filled with mischief.
ああ、そうだな。なんなら
私が本当に血を吸えるのかどうか、もしできたら何かご褒美くれる？シキ。
Ever so slowly, Arcade approached me with a mischievous grin. The sound of her footsteps reverberates through the air. The woman in white closes in on me.
It's time to drink water.
Still trying to drink water?
It's time to drink water.
We both know it's just a joke. I know it's just a joke. Yet I can no longer move my body. I can't even say it. It isn't her power that prevents me from speaking. I seem to have swallowed the world of my own accord. She's still approaching me. Step by step, bit by bit. Her advance is unceasing. I'm paralyzed, utterly enraptured by her lush lips as they inch it ever closer.
シキは私のことを半人前だって言ったけど、
Her sweet voice echoes around the back of my mind. One last footfall. She's come to halt in front of me.
本当はね、血を吸うのなんて簡単だよ。
Her voice hums against my ear. Whoa. I feel her breath, her fingers, her weight pressed into my shoulders, and my entire being. My senses, my mind, drown in the cacophony of my beating heart. I want her, I want her, I want her, I want her. I fight to suppress the desires that rage within my chest. It takes everything I have to keep still, to keep my trembling left arm from reaching around her back, to stop my starving right arm from pulling her close. I want her so bad. She's irresistible. But even so, I can't allow myself to desire her. Because everything is different from last time. It's stronger, more intense. Even a thing I crave is fundamentally different now. I don't want to kill her. It was a different impulse that's driving me insane here. And I shouldn't sully her courage with something so vulgar. Clenching my jaw so hard I might shatter my own molars, I swallowed the feeling bubbling within me. The struggle lasts no more than a second. During that time, Arkwright neither moves nor flinches. A chill runs through my spine. It's just a joke. She's just having some fun at my expense. Then why does her breath feel so hot against my neck? Like a fever fanning a flame beneath my skin.
あれ、
I try to say her name, but I shut my mouth before I can finish. Speaking now would be a rejection of my faith in her. It's over anyway. Any moment now, she'll pull back with a loud laugh and be back to a regular old Arcade. She'll smile and say there was no way she'd drink my blood. Instead, her weight shifts against me. Her soft touch turns sharp as the sting of her nails press into my shoulder. Her pale fingers tremble as she clutches me. She's scared. My own thoughts don't register fear. Not yet, anyway. They're pure, blank nothingness. But Arkway is trembling more and more. Her breathing grows ragged. Arkway's breath is nearly flush against my skin, yet she feels so far away. I can't see her face, but I can feel her breath on my neck, her weight as her trembling body clings tighter and tighter on my own. Her slow, labored breathing grows increasingly rapid, and so I can feel the heaviness of her desperate panting against my flesh.
アルクエイド。
Unable to help it anymore, I'm forced to call out to her.
冗談なのに。
Her voice trembles, but her body no longer shakes, and her fingers grip my shoulders with newfound ferocity. I wince from the pain. Even though I don't wish to move, my body reflexively desires to get away from... Oh god. Hold on, let me get the soundboard again. My body reflexively desires to get away from... But Arcwade's grip doesn't weaken. Her nails dig into my flesh like a vice, firmly locking me into place.
ごめん。悪ふざけが過ぎた。からかって悪かった。から離れてくれないか。
しき。
Her grip doesn't loosen at all. This is bad. It's wrong. But who is it taboo for? Alarm bells ring out in my mind. My body pushes back with everything it can muster. But I'm too late. Everything is too late. Since when? Now? Or 5 minutes ago? A day ago? Or perhaps from the very first time we met? Her heavy breath reverberates past my neck and into my brain. They convey her arousal like a wave of cascading neurons. An echo of crude, instinctual longing strokes my earlobe. There's no need for brute strength. Her honeyed voice is enough as it carries the words. I want you. My flesh and spirit melt away under her. Against the nape of my neck, I feel a mad, desperate sigh. And in that moment... Yo! My sanity collapses. It's a primal fear. An unassailable power. A law unto itself. A being with whom I could never share an understanding. Its eyes swirl like tempests. Its maws lined with jagged peaks. This deflection of raw power, cold and unyielding as a waterfall, forbids all exchange of thought. The thing that's about to sink its fangs in my neck is not the woman I know, but the bear's essence lurking within her core. And I have been returned to the natural order, to the primordial state from whence we all spawned. I can't do anything. I can't move a single muscle. She's going to devour me. So, this is what it means to become prey. For a being of this magnitude, humans are mere drops of water waiting to be gulped. Its fangs pierce my skin. Fear is all I know. I scream. Loudly enough to notice how pitiful I sound. In that moment, I'm not sure if I imagined it, but it felt like Arcwade stopped just as I screamed. Ah! Yet before I can check, a violent noise whistled past us, and Arcwade is knocked back as if blown away by a gale of wind. Hi, Noel.
一か八かでちょっかい出したけど反撃されなくて助かった。
ノエル先生。
はい、こんばんは。でもごめんなさい、ゆっくり話している暇はないの。
Noel comes to my side, but her eyes remain fixated toward where she launched Arcwade. Arcwade is okay. Despite having been launched a good 10 meters, she doesn't have a scratch on her.
私
She seems dazed. As am I, actually. I don't know what I should be doing. I can't even think straight. But before I can collect myself...
おっと、はいはいダメよしきくん。あれを追い返したら次は君なんだから。悪いけど、そこでおとなしくしていてね。
Okay. Walls of shimmering white light spring forth. Before I could even realize it, Noel had planted 3 blades in the ground around me. The light stretches between each sword, pivoting off the blades and trapped me within a triangular prison.
師匠譲りの秘跡国権、聖堂よ。あ、くれぐれも壁には触れないようにね。触ったら潮の柱になっちゃうから。
Cool.
まあ気
君の手が演歌しようが私にはどうでもいいんだけど。それより今問題なのは
Arkwade slowly pulls herself up. She eyes me in the newly constructed prison, then turns her attention to the nun at my side.
問題は不意打ち食らっても無傷の怪物よね。私程度の鉄鋼作用じゃ通らないってわけ。対向車。
Arcwade's demeanor shifts. Oh. There's something off about her eyes. They swirl with malice, threatening to pierce the nun's heart.
何をしてるの？
Yeah?
無理、やっぱ無理。私じゃあれどうにもできない。
うるせえ。死ぬ気で意見に行くとえろうだ。怪物相手に体を張るのがてめえらの仕事だろうが。
もう後で絶対枢機卿にお目通りさせてくださいね。
She leaps at Arkwade unnaturally, like she was giving a push in the back. It's no contest. There's zero chance of getting an Arkwade with a move like that.
指揮を離して。
Arkwade rushes at her, palm with wide open as if preparing to swat a fly.
嘘。
What the hell? How could she possibly have blocked Arcwade's attack after such a half-hearted charge?
ああ、やればできるじゃねえか。給料分しっかり働けよ。てめえらの食い口もただじゃねえんだからな。
Not far from me, I hear someone speaking, the sound of her voice contrasting oddly with their choice of words. Though I might not be able to move my body, I can at least turn my gaze. There, I spot him. It's Mario. The same forward kid I met outside the tunnel mansion the other day. Oh. Yeah, I'm starting to remember. Yeah, this is how he does the puppet stuff in Type Luna. Yeah, I think Noel also shows up for an attack that he does. But this actually, yeah, I'm starting to remember this now. Or at least how exactly this might go a little bit here, why he's here and shit. Each of his hands is outfitted with some kind of gauntlet. His fingers undulate, producing a mechanical clack with every twitch. The noise reminds me of an old-fashioned typewriter.
ああ、何見てんだガキ。こんなの珍しくもねえだろ。マリオネットの一つも知らねえとかふざけたこと抜かすなよ。
He must be talking to me. But what do marionettes have to do with this? Well, you think that's why he's named Mario? But marionette there? Like fucking not the Mario brother? Those are the dolls you sometimes see during street performances, where the performer strings them up and makes them look alive.
見るにもたねえのかあの戦士だ。仕方ねえ。ここからは口八丁。おい、下がれノエル。首ねじ切られるぞ。
Shit, Deluxe just skadoos out of there a little bit. Fucking. That was one hell of a fight. Arkwade is still heaving with exhaustion when the nun flees, but she finally has the time to look towards the barrier of light. Towards me. Her eyes shine a bright crimson. Her breathing is ragged, and her back is arched like a predator, ready to pounce at any moment.
ああ、ひでえもんだ。そこいらのグールと大差ねえじゃねえか。それでも最後の真相かよ、姫様。ラウレンティスのジジイが見たらさぞ失望するだろうぜ。
なんですって。
Sandy returns to her eyes. Seeing his chance, the kid steps closer to Arkwade.
お初にお目にかかる。東方慰問司祭だ。
Mario Gallo Bestino.
マリオ・ジャッロ・ベスティーノだ。役職の高さには突っ込まないでくれ。言いたくねえが、ジジイの何人目かの便宜上の養子ってやつでね。
そう。この国の大公社の司令塔。
ああ、赴任したばかりだがな。親の七光だろうと役職は役職だ。 俺の島で勝手はさせねえ。特に神祖が魔落ちする不始末なんざクソを食うよりごめんでね。
Arc-rates for the fight seems to have been snuffed out like a candle. But that might actually be fear reflected in her eyes.
ようやく自覚したか。このガキの血を吸って殺そうとしたんだよ、あんたは。神祖だなんだと選ぶっておいても、所詮は吸血種だな。同族である吸血鬼を滅ぼして回ろうが、同じ怪物であることに変わりはねえってわけだ。
違う。私は四季を殺そうだなんて思ってない。
何かまととぶってやがる。殺意の話じゃねえだろ。生態として当然の話だろ。いるだけで迷惑な生き物だって自覚はどこに行った。このガキがあんたの本性を見てどんな声を上げたのか理解できなかったわけじゃねえよな。本気で我が目を疑うぜ。痛いところを突かれれば逆ギレか。じじい曰く冷徹な兵器だって話だったが、まるっきり不出来な人間じゃねえか。まあいい。その目、その狂眼をあんたはそこのガキに向けたんだよ。ぜいぜいとみっともなく男にこびる娼婦みたいにな。
The boy Mario turns my way. His gaze pierces my chest, momentarily taking my breath away. Despite his foul tongue, he does have a certain righteousness to him.
出番だぜトーノ。感想を聞かせてやれ。僕、危うく一口で食べられるところでした。ちびりそうなぐらい怖かったですってな。
More than anything, I want to scream at him and tell him he's wrong, but I stop myself short. Denying it would be the same as lying. I was scared shitless. Passing it off as any less would hurt Arkway more than I lie ever could. There's hurt in Arkway's eyes as she averts her gaze.
司祭代行の言う通りです。下がりなさい吸血鬼。あなたのような怪物が人間と共にいるなんて許されるとでも思っていたのですか？力に任せて人間を従わせる。吸血鬼らしい下びた考えだけど、そうはさせないわ。私たちに感謝しなさい、四季君。危うく吸血鬼にされるところだったんだから。
No, you're wrong. Sure, I was scared. I can't deny that. But that's not what was happening. I never once felt forced. She always respected my free will. She didn't force me into anything. I was with Arkway because I wanted to be. Not because anyone told me to.
違う。なんだよあんたら。いきなり出てきて全部わかってるようなことを言って。アルクエイドは血を吸ったことなんて一度もない。さっきのはただの冗談だ。
何を言っているんです？一度も血を吸ったことがないですって。確かにそこの神祖は優秀よ。ここ800年ほど犠牲者を出した記録もない。けどそんなのは。
うるさい。そんな話なんてどうでもいい。いいか、アルクエイドの邪魔をするならあんたらが何であろうと許さない。大体俺本人が好きでアルクエイドと一緒にいるんだ。外野にとやかく言われる筋合いはない。
はあ？許さないですって。
Noel's voice is laced with an emotion I can't quite place. A fraction of the malevolence she's been directing at Arkway shifts my way. Still gripping her sword, she approaches me. Until...
おい、豚ノエル。はあ？
豚って言いました？どこが？どうして？っていうかあなた口悪すぎ。お偉いさんのボンボンだからってあんまり調子に乗る。
He's having a shock collar. Yeah, The nun lets out a strange yelp and starts hopping up and down. All her hostility disappears like a leaf on the breeze. I'm starting to understand what the power balance is like here.
うちの脳筋がちゃちゃ入れてマジすまん。チキンのくせに沸点低いんだこいつ。後で焼き入れとくから多めに見てやってくれ。
I like that was playing the goofy music for a second, then it goes back to serious tone.
だがまあ、バカはバカなりにいい言葉を引き出した。一度も血を吸っていないとは泣かせるじゃねえか、トーノ。なあ、そうだろ。アルクエイド・ブリュンスタット。
アルクエイド。
Arkway doesn't answer. She just hangs her head and bites her lip. It's as if she's acknowledging that what he says is true.
あと訂正な。このガキにかけた結界は捕まえるためじゃねえ。今ここにいるおっかねえモンスターから守るために仕方なく。この意味口にしなくてもわかるよな。
Arkway lifts her head. I'm sorry. She barely whispers the words. The next moment, she's fled into the dark of night. I find myself shouting. Looking up at the moon, I move my glasses so I can see the lines. With a single slash, I kill two of the swords keeping me captive. My thoughts are a mess. Those things that almost... my own screaming. These outsiders and their self-righteous garbage. I can't deny it, but... if all she can do is run away with that pained look on her face, wouldn't that mean these jerks are right?
てめえも短絡思考だな。追いかける前に例の一つも言っとくもんだぜ、クソガキ。
I'm really curious, like looking at like inside Lumina's diet, because I think that's like rated T for T and shit like that. It's like, man, it really, man, this kid says fuck a lot, huh? I don't think he ever does that inside Blue. I don't think he'd get away with that. Like fucking. The kid Mario doesn't block my path, but he does call out to me before I make a run for it.
お前たちさえ来なければアルクエイドは何もなかったんだから。
あ？本気で言ってんのか？それともやけか？どっちにしろそこの噴水に頭突っ込んでこい。しらけ切った嘘なんざつきやがって。それであの女が救えるのかよ、てめえ。
Crude as they are, his words snap me back to reality. By pure chance, they struck me right where they needed to. But it's just as he says. What point is there in telling a lie that even I don't believe? The kid is right. It'll only end up hurting Arkway and destroying me in the process. Taking a deep breath, I suppress my need to chase after Arkway.
そうだな。悔しいけどその通りだ。助かった。アルクエイドを助けてくれて礼を言う。
Showing my distrust for the time being, I bow my head to the two of them.
いいぜ。気が変わった。ちょっと話聞いてけ、トーノ。いや、違うな。俺が話を聞きたいのか。まあいい。どっちも同じだ。ほら、こっち来な。
Mario saunters over to one of the park benches. Swallowing a deep breath, I follow after him. Honestly, I'd rather chase after Arkway with everything I've got. But in my heart of hearts, I know it wouldn't solve anything. And I have a feeling he knows what I should be doing instead.
代行、私もですか？っていうか、座って休んでいいですか？
死ね、ブータ。
Jesus!
俺の後ろで SP だろうが。ベンチに座んのは俺だけだ。トーノはそこまで気を許しちゃいねえからな。どうせそこで立ちんぼうだろ。
He saw right through me. Much like Noel, this kid is far from ordinary.
んじゃあまあ、こっちから確認だな。俺たちのことはどこまで聞いている？
吸血鬼退治の専門家だろ。アルクエイドは聖堂教会の代行者だと言っていた。
そうか。それだけ知ってりゃ十分だ。説明が省ける。俺は親父の代わりに派遣された新人でな。実のところ、この国の事情はまだ半分ってところだ。そこの三下は俺より早く調査していたがな。ただし独断。俺じゃなかったら師匠だけでなくてめえも更迭されてたからな。ブータ感謝しろよ。
はーい、感謝しています。お坊ちゃん大好きです。
Mario? Your subordinate is clearly mouthing off about you when you aren't looking.
俺たちの仕事は吸血鬼掃除だ。ただし標的は真相。アルクエイドじゃねえ。厄介な競争相手だが、あれと正面からやり合うほど万有じゃねえからな。で、姫様が追っている吸血鬼が何者なのか。
Mario's tone shifts ever so slightly. This is clearly a noticeable question, but I can't get a read on his intentions. I've got no choice but to answer truthfully.
ロアって名前ぐらいは。
Yeah, Mr. Onamid Michael over there, Mr. Roa.
上司タイプの吸血鬼で、もう何年も前からこの町に潜んでいるんだろう。
それだけしか姫様は口にしなかったわけか。こりゃ二重の意味で外れだな。遠野も知らないし、真相も知らない。それであの瞑想っぷりかよ。たく、真相に何があったんだ。精度が低いにも程がある。隕石でも落ちてきたか。
いや、それはきっと。
I can't bring myself to say it, but her current condition is definitely due to me killing her.
まあいい。もう一体大物が来てたって報告もあるしな。眉唾だったんで後回しにしてたが、調査対象に挙げておくか。よし、確認はこれで済みだ。ここからは本題。てめえを呼び止めた理由。てめえが殺したがってる敵の話をしてやるよ。
司祭代行、それは。
Miss Noel is gesturing feverishly behind him. This information must be highly confidential. And exactly what I'm dying to know about. Aside from his name, I still don't know a thing about the vampire we're facing.
俺は助かるけど、いいのか、そんな話をして。
よくはねえ、機密事項だ。だがまあ、遠野は当事者だし、異教徒はともかく、無神論者は厚く遇するのが信条でね、いずれ大事な資金源になる。
その発言は協議に戻ります。警告。
黙ってろ。肝心な部分はモザイク入れるよ。んじゃあまあ、姫君の稀なる協力者にレクチャーといきますか。なあ遠野、敵は古いタイプの吸血鬼だと言ったな。ってことは、奴らが不完全な不老不死だってことも聞いているな。
聞いている。使徒は人間の血を吸わなくちゃ体が保てない。けど逆に人間の血を吸っている分にはずっと老いずに生きていられるだろう。
そうだけどさ、それって結局不老不死とは言えねえよな。不老不死ってのは完全のイメージだろ。人間程度の血がなくちゃ生きていけない。血を飲まないと体が崩れていく生き物なんざ完全には程遠い。むしろ人間以下だろ。
それは
Sounds like a bunch of BS, I want to say, but he's not wrong. No one would dispute that vampires are superior to humans, but if they can't survive without ingesting blood, how are they any different from other organisms?
確かにどんな外的要因であれ死んでしまうのなら、それは不老不死とは呼べないよな。
なんだ遠野、話が早いな。隣座るか。有能なやつは好きだぞ俺。
結構だよ。けどそれがどうしたんだよ。欠点はあれ、吸血鬼は限りなく人間の血がある限り不老不死なのは変わらない。こんな不老不死の定義がアルクエイドの敵についての話なのか。
ああ、ちょいと遠回りだがな。もうちっと我慢しろ。とにかく使徒と区別される吸血鬼の不老不死は不安定なものなんだよ。奴らの場合、単純に寿命が人間の数倍になったということだけだからな。
It's time to drink water.
Don't a quick little stretch as well.
単純にって、あいつら寿命だけじゃなくて力とかも人間離れしてるだろ。
ああ、そこだ。使徒の固有能力は奴らが人間だった頃に手に入れたものをそのまま何百年と成長させたスキルに過ぎない。奴らは自身が学んだものを吸血鬼になっても学び続け、結果としてそれが原理になっただけだ。
原理？
その使徒の命題、生きる目的、死ねない呪い、真の不老不死に至る唯一の道、これを原理結界、イデアブラッドと奴らは呼んでいる。ま、一生かけても終わらない夏休みの宿題とでも思っとけ。この原理のため、使徒たちはそれぞれ全く別の目的で活動する。学んでいたものが一人一人違うからな。でだ、そんな使徒たちの中に真剣に不老不死を学んでいやがるクソ野郎がいやがった。
不老不死になったのに不老不死を研究していたっていうことか。
ああ、使徒たちは吸血鬼になった時点でそれが人の身での不老不死の頂点だと自覚する。だがな、そいつはむしろ対価だと感じたらしい。こんな不完全なものはいらない。自分はもっと完全な不老不死を作り上げる。なんてな。だが形がある以上、滅びは必然だ。時間の圧迫、細胞の摩耗、魂の型落ちはいかなる存在にも例外はない。生命は生まれ出た時点で死を内包している。自分がここにある以上、たとえ年を取らない肉体を持ってしまっても、存在の死から逃れることはできない。死から逃れるということは、死ぬということだ。この絶対の矛盾は、どうしても解決できない問題だ。
そうだな。死は誰にだってある。ない奴がいるとしたら、それは。
Its death would have to have never existed in the first place. Even Arcway can be killed during the daytime. Nothing in this world can be entirely deathless.
ああ、存在の死からは逃れられない。そこでな、そいつは寿命を延ばす方法ではなく、死んだ後も自己が存在し続ける方法に目をつけた。それこそが不老不死だと開眼しやがったのさ。うちの競技にはねえが、輪廻転生ってやつだな。今の自分が死んでも自分を保存できたままで、新しい人間としてやり直すことができれば、それは死を先駆けている。ま、最も消滅していない時点で死とは言えない。死の先を行くというのは言い過ぎか。
輪廻転生って、つまり今の体が終わったらまた胎児からやり直す。
そうだ。そいつは存命している間、次の自分の肉体をあらかじめ決めておき、その赤子が誕生した時点でそいつの情報はその赤子が成人ないし自己としての知性を持つまで影を潜める。そして自分を引き継ぐにふさわしい知性が育まれた段階で、その赤子はそいつになっちまうのさ。
ちょっと待ってくれ。それって何か？まさか赤ちゃんが母親の中にいる時に手術をするのか？
いや、 医学的な手段じゃない。そいつは今の肉体が滅ぼされた瞬間にあらかじめ決めておいた体に転生する。要は輻射だな。さっきは全情報と言ったが、要するに電波みたいなもんだ。この場合、電波を発信するのも受信するのも人間の脳になる。そいつの優れたところはな、魂なんていう計測不能にして肉体という器がなければ無産してしまうものを伝達可能なものとして加工したことだろう
よ。Okay. Leaving aside the question as to whether that's even possible, that would mean this person is born and raised as a human until one day they transform into a completely different person, a vampire. Wait.
マリオ。つまり。
ああ、そういうことだ。俺たち聖堂教会と神祖の姫様が追っている吸血鬼。かつての名をミハイル・ロア・バルダムヨン、今はアカシャの蛇とも転生無限者とも言われる。
Yo, the serpent of Akasha. The infinite reincarnator. Yeah, hello, Pixel Dominus.
蛇は無限や循環のシンボルだからな。脱皮して新しい体になるってのはこいつにはぴったりの俗称だ。
それがアルクエイドの敵。
A reincarnating vampire. The mere thought prickles my skin. But now I finally know what we're up against, despite Archwade's reticence? 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 I think it's reticence.
しかし、ここからが問題でね。姫様はもともと吸血鬼を殺すための装置だったんだが、ロアが現れてからは、奴だけを執拗に追いかけるようになっちまった。ロアが今まで転生した回数は16回。そのことごとくを神祖は消滅させている。
ことごとく消滅させてるって。でもそいつは死んでもまた生まれてくるんだろ。
そうだ。ロアは神祖に殺され、その度に転生し、また神祖に殺される。そんな繰り返しをもうずっと続けてきた。その年数、実に800年。あの姫様に相手の肉体ではなく、その意味を消滅させられるような力があれば、あんなクソ野郎をのさばらせることもなかったんだがな。
Pure disdain seems to underpin every syllable. Maybe I'm imagining it. I get the feeling he has a thought or two about Ro that he hasn't mentioned out loud.
話はこれで終わりか。なら。
待てよ、遠野。ここまでのはサービスだ。いい知らせと悪い知らせ、どっちから聞くってやつだ。
Oh boy.
もちろん、ここまでのはお前にとっていいニュース。ためになっただろ。
ああ。ロアってやつの情報は感謝してる。けど。
I'm not sure why, but I got a creeping feeling I shouldn't hear what's coming next.
あとちょっとだ。観念して聞いていけ。ロアの厄介なところは、その発見が極めて困難なことだ。何しろれっきとした人間の子供として生まれ、人間の両親がいるんだからな。ロアが吸血鬼として肉体と意識を変貌させるのは、ロアが満足に活動できる年になってからだ。そのため、その人間は吸血鬼としての片鱗を全く見せない。そのくせロアとして目覚めれば、今まで培った人間関係を利用して完全に社会に溶け込みやがる。教会が異変に気がついた時はすでに手遅れ。一つの町がそのまま使徒になった後なんだとさ。
At this point, I can't even nod along as he tells his story. I'm frozen stiff. I really don't like where this is going.
どうした遠野？顔青いぞ。
いや、おかしいだろ、それ。よくわからないけど、その話はおかしい。生まれた時は人間なんだろ。なら、いくら前世の人格とやらが目覚めても、
体は人間のままなんじゃないか。
残念ながらノア、転生するのは人格ではなく魂だからな。一度神祖に血を吸われた人間はその肉体のみならず魂まで汚染される。
I'm going swell. Just fine and dandy a little bit. Hope things are going well on your end as well.
ロアは魂という情報すべてを次の自分に引き継がせる。たとえ人間であろうと、ロアが目覚めた時点で肉体も吸血鬼に変貌する。だが
Yeah, I can say for a bit. Okay. Admittedly, we're pretty much getting like close to the end here for like a session a little because it's been like over 4 hours and did the end of like the thing coming up a little bit, but yeah, still, you feel free to chill. We are like kind of deep in like pretty much like deep in like the route right now, so it's kind of spoilers right now a little bit. But if you don't mind.
だが
遠野の言う通り、それではちょいとばかり弱い。転生先の肉体が平凡なものなら、その代のロアは無能な吸血鬼になっちまうからな。だからロアは生きているうちに転生先を決定しておく。
Man, that's cool.
転生先に選ばれる条件は2つ。1つは富豪であること。社会的地位も高く、財産も豊かな家の子供として生まれれば、町すべてを吸血鬼化させるのに便利だからな。
Cheeky looking at himself, be like, am I fucking like, uh-oh.
そしてもう一つ、これが肝なんだが、人間の中にも特別な力を持つ輩がいる。
Cheeky again looking at himself like, uh-oh. Like, fucking
魔術のような学んで習得する神秘ではなく、生まれついてその肉体が持ってしまう得意能力。一般に超能力者、鬼ごと差別されるもの。得意能力ってのは肉体的なものだからな。家系、血筋で遺伝する。ロアは自分の新しい肉体にそういった人間ではないものの家系を選ぶって話した。富と名声があり、その裏で人間以上の力を持つ家系。それが転生先に選ばれる条件ってわけなんだが。理解してくれたか？東の四季君。
Dizziness overtakes me. The corners of Mario's lips curl into a sneer. Noel's gaze is ice cold. There's only one family in the city that meets those conditions. I hear a hollow, dry noise. It's coming from me.
何言ってるんだお前。俺かアキハ、どちらかが吸血鬼だっていうのか。
いえ、今回の転生先は男子です。それは証言が取れています。権代のロアは
Great. Just fucking what? Hold on, I need to just need to do this for myself here. I'm gonna like fucking just cheeky right now, like fucking. But like I feel like it like make an edit of this dog, but then more depressed, like shadows everywhere a little bit, like, oh, this is dire. Like I don't understand a word she's saying. Doesn't that mean that Arcwade's enemy is actually... There's no way. It can't be. Am I honest, Mids Michael? If it's true, then why has she killed me yet?
そりゃロアの意識が出るまでそいつは人間だからだよ。だがまあどうにも風向きが違うな。そこの三下の報告は間違いだ。お前はロアの天才。
Okay.
赤社の蛇は別の人間だ。
はい。
Wait a minute. After all that build-up, isn't even me?
はあ？私たちの報告書ちゃんと読んでるのかこの砂利ガキ。調査に何日かけたと思ってるのよ。 もう 100% 間違いなく銅の式がロアンなのに。
100% だ。なら前提が間違えてんだよ、このお布施泥棒が。俺は悪名高き人間使いラウレンティス騎卿の秘蔵っ子だぞ。人を見る目だけはてめえにもてめえの師匠にも負けてねえ。何のために事情聴取したと思ってんだ。10分も話せば人となりもその心理も読み取れる。こいつはまあまっとうにいか
It's
れて
totally
るが
fucked up.
同じくらいまっとうな人間だ。吸血鬼の魂がプリントされた人間にこんな情けねえ反応はできねえよ。
Our conversation was just a ruse for him to determine whether or not I was Ro's host. I mean, I'm glad to be cleared of suspicion, but that just leaves me with more questions about this kid.
つまりどういう。
俺たちにてめえをどうにかする権利はねえってことだ。けどまあ全くの無駄話でもない。ロアはお前の関係者であることは動かねえしな。
The boy shrugs his shoulders and gets up from the bench. It appears he has 0 inches what happens to me after this.
ああ、どうした、さっさと行け。人の恋路の邪魔をして悪かったな。あの吸血鬼を追うんだろう。今のシンスは血に飢えた破壊衝動の塊だが、理性ぐらいは残っている。自殺なんざおすすめできねえが、ま、止めるのも野暮だしな。
重ねて本気ですか、死体代行。ミスミス吸血鬼の餌食を増やすなって。仮に彼がロアではないのならそれこそ保護すべきでしょう。あなたもあなたよ。さっき噛まれかけたくせにまだあの怪物の本性がわからないの。
Oh. Noel makes no attempts to hide her hostility as she blocks my path. I'm sure she must have a reason to be so cold towards vampires. But her reasons aren't mine. She's not the only one with beliefs she refused to compromise on. I really need to go after Arcoade.
そっちこそいい加減にしてくれ。さっきのはただの冗談だったんだ。あいつは血を吸わない。
人を殺していないから善人ですって。笑わせないで。吸血鬼は人間にとってなんであれ悪なのよ。いえ、人間でありたいと思うならあの枠組み自体を悪と区別しなくちゃいけない。それができない人間に人としての権利はないわ。人でないのなら私の排除対象です。よく考えて答えなさい。あなたはこれからどこに向かうの？
She urges me to pick between life or death. If I declare I'm chasing after Arcoade, she'll swing for my head with all her might. Uh-oh. Oh geez, okay. Well, save? Alright, chase after Arcoade, ready my knife without another word. I feel like these kind of bleed into one another, like ready knife and then we like chase after Arcoade here, so let's go for this one.
やめとけノエル、無駄な体力使うな。だいたいお前の技量じゃそのガキは殺せねえぞ。返り討ちに遭うのがオチだ。
はあ？なんで？
なんでって、そろそろピアノの影響が出る頃だからだよ。お前ね、あの姫様と打ち合ったんだぞ。1ヶ月は手足に力が入らねえから、まだ動けるうちに教会に帰っとけ。
Oh.
何よこれ、体中がビリビリするんですけど。
Get tased. Miss Noel no longer blocks my path. Instead, she rises on the fucking ground.
あとはそっちの問題だ。ノエルの発言は気にすることはねえが。まあ、帰れるうちに帰っておくのが人間らしい知恵ってやつだ。何もかもなかったことにできるのは、これが最後のチャンスかもな。
He never gets an answer. There's no more time to waste. In search of Arcuate, I bolt out into the night. I sprint through the city in a reckless search, but there's no sign of her. Without any leads, this town is way too big to find a single person on short notice. The only choice here is to narrow down my options. Arcuate stands out, so I should be able to spot her from distance as long as we're in the same area. I've got to predict where she might go and take my chances. If Arcuate's anywhere, it's her apartment, the back alleys of the shopping district, or back at the school. I'm gonna wager, since we had the cute moment earlier at the school, she's probably gonna be back at the school, maybe. Let's go over there. And this has a question mark on it, so it has to be the right one, maybe. After thinking on everything that's happened this evening, I decide to head for the school. Arco was acting pretty strange when we were here. As far as today's events are concerned, it's not so crazy to think she might have come back. There's nobody around at night. If she's looking for solitude, she could do far worse. The courtyard is devoid of sound, let alone any sign of human company. Not a single light is on inside. This place is more cemetery than school.
いや、何か。
Somehow, I simply know that something is inside. A strange scent reaches me on the wind, brushing against my skin and sending a chill down my spine.
入るぞ。引き。
This isn't a time to hesitate. I slip inside using the same window I broke earlier. There's no one on the first floor. Ooh. An anxious tingling scratches the back of my neck. I make my way to the second floor. There's no one. There's no one. There's no one. And yet, I feel it. A slimy sensation against my back. Something cold yet smooth, like the belly of a snake.
誰だ!
I spin around, but of course the hallway's empty. Ah! Dude, it was him! That was probably like maybe the worst like fucking scream I ever did there. When I knew it was coming, it still kind of got me a little bit. A squelching noise. The next moment, oh, I'm dead. An indecision is made in my chest. A river of blood flows and my old wound opens. Without warning, a knife was thrust through my back. I'm like a vampire impaled by a stake. My body slumps to the ground. I don't know what's going on, but in my last moments, as my consciousness fades, my mind transports me to a different place. And I look upon a scene from a summer long, long ago. Whoop. Well, I chose poorly. Teach me, Miss CL! Man, I'm getting all these in a row right now. Got 8, 9, and 10.
そろそろ突発死にも慣れてきた頃でしょうか。
A little bit.
最善を尽くしたものの、あえなく死亡した遠野くんのための救済コーナー。
Can't see you and can't stop killing poor old Tono.
教えて、シエル先生。今回も張り切って開始です。
と言ってもこれよくある死亡3択じゃん。1個前の選択肢に戻ってやり直すだけじゃん。救済コーナーっていうのは死ぬ前に助けてあげるもんじゃん。今更気づいちゃったんだけど、これメガネがどうやって即死するのかを見て私らが寸評するだけのコーナーでは。
そうですけど、それが何か？だいたい痛くなくては覚えませんよね。
スパルタ通り越したド S だった。
さて、今回の原因は夜の学校に遠野くん一人で入ってしまったことですね。
Yeah, fucking...
頼れる先輩がいるでもなし、今のアルクエイドが無人の場所に行くはずもなし。
Well, I thought it was a good idea, okay? Fucking...
一つ前の選択肢に戻って、もっと血生臭い場所を選ぶと良いでしょう。
Okay.
今のって言った？シエル、あの完璧なヒロインが可愛いした理由知ってんの？スタミナ溢れそうだから慌てて家に帰ったとかじゃなく？
そう、私には何とも。まあ、自分が吸血鬼であることを自覚したんじゃないですか？今更ですけど。ほら、死者たちのガレージで暴れていた時から我慢できなくなっていたようですし。
マジかよ、そんな前から可愛いだったとか、もうシエルに勝ち目なくない？大丈夫？インド帰る？
インドは地元でも何でもありません。それより自分のルートだからってあまり調子に乗らないことですね。即死するのは即死が似合うキュートな遠野くんだけではありません。
今似合うって言った？
What did you say?
物語が続く以上、誰であれ退場する可能性はあります。アルクエイドも例外では。
Part of me kind of hopes like the CL here just gets, because there's a CL route after you do Arcrade's route here, and she's like, "Man, you sure are dying a lot. Can you stop so you can get to my route faster?" Like, fucking.
ここから負ける可能性とかあるわけないじゃん。あとはこのまま関東のエンディングでしょ。こんなん生まれたばかりのミゲでも上がるし。
ほほう。
Sonic Ring.
では、もしそうならない場合があるとしたら。
にゃにゃにゃ。
よにゃにゃにゃ。
いや、次のルートのヒロインの座をかけてもいいぜ。
What?
ちょっと待って、今なんか嫌な音しなかった？
What was that noise over there? Did anyone hear that? Like, fucking.
現地も取りましたし、今回はこの辺で。以上、さよなら、猫アルク先生のコーナーでした。
Goodbye, Miss Neko Arc.
やめろ、その笑顔怖い。貴様本当にヒロインか？
She will now be decimated after this, I guess. Alright, well, let's run that back. Man, I thought I would get something special there. As I know, we just see Ro, which was kind of special itself there. Okay, so that was, yeah, we got like 8, 9, and 10 all in a row. Like out of the badges we've seen 4. We got 2 earlier. Now it's just like we're now getting now just a perfect bad ending run all of a sudden. Getting 8, 9, 10 in a row there. Hey, at least we got a sneak peek of Ro there, and it's like, oh shit, that was scary a little bit. Okay, but yeah, because that was 10 though, like I can imagine you could probably go, I guess, one line of thinking I could be wrong, because this was like the 10th one after the 9th one we got here. Like the apartments or the back alleys could be safe, but again, you could also just think the shopping district is also going to lead to the same bad ending here. So Ro is everywhere. Yeah, try her apartment. I should check her apartment. She might have given up on a hunt after the disaster of a night and just gone home to rest. And Ro's there too. It's like, fuck, I can't win. I ring her bell. There's no response, no matter how long I wait or how many times I ring. I don't sense anything move behind the door. She hasn't come home. That or she's refusing to come out. There's a moment of hesitation, but I erase with a deep breath and take out my knife. Time to kill the lock. I'll apologize to Arcade later. But before I make my cut, I try putting a hand on the doorknob. Oh, it's just unlocked. The door wasn't even locked. It opens easily with a click.
アルクエイド、いるのか?
There's no response. The bed is made up neatly. She did say she waited in the park all night, after which she came straight to the mansion and ambushed me in the morning. Which means that she probably has been back here in over a day. I strike the wall, then sprint out of the room as fast as I can. There's point in scolding myself for my stupidity. If I have the time to vent my anger at the wall, I should put it to use searching for her instead. I make it to the area around the station.
It's time to drink water.
No time to drink water?
It's time to drink water.
Narrowing my eyes, I peer at the blinding artificial lights and the bustling crowds. All I got to track her down is a hunch on my own 2 feet. My chances are staggeringly bad, but they aren't zero. I'll follow these lines to track her down.
これが何の足しになるかわからないけど。
Arcade doesn't possess the same abundance of death that the other life forms do. In a world overflowing with death, she's the only respite from these repulsive lines. If I look out across this crowd, she could stand out as a singular, unblemished beacon. It's not the most refined plan, but it's the best I have right now. Pain bursts behind my eyes. I do my best to view everything in that detached, general way, without focusing on any one line too much. Arkway told me this pain is caused by the burden that seeing death puts on the brain. My glasses can't stay off for too long.
やっぱり大通りにはいないな。
Everyone downtown has perfectly ordinary lines. There's not a single soul around that looks like the ones we hunted down before, with masses of graffiti crisscrossing their bodies. I rub my temples to soothe the throbbing beneath the skin. My headache will only intensify if I keep my glasses off. But I have to hold out a little longer, on the off chance she's somewhere on the main streets. It's fine. It'll be easier from here on out. Once I get to the alleys, there will be fewer people, and way fewer lines. I need to hurry for those darkened black streets, or back streets rather. In a place where even the moonlight can't reach, it should be easier to spot her bright pale form. The exhaustion of running combined with my throbbing headache makes me want to hurl. When I wipe the sweat from my forehead, I notice how feverish I am. I can feel my temperature even with my own hand. I don't remember ever feeling this hot. Not even when I had a near 40-degree fever.
でもここで
It's the only place I haven't checked yet. At the end of this road lies the valley where we had our first conversation. If she's not here, I'll have to admit my gut was off. A wave of cold hits me the moment I step into the alley. The chill that crawls down my spine is icy enough to cool my fever. I see something strange in the distance. Sparks popping and cracking within the darkness. Or, to be more precise, lines of death. Thick claws of them thumbing and churning before they vanish into nothingness.
まさか
The intermingled lines of death belong to zombies. The fact that they're disappearing can only mean one thing.
あんな体で一人で戦ってるのか
Against my better judgment, I press on through the pain and exhaustion, all but forgetting the forbidding chill that hangs thick in the air. Pushing against the rusted iron door, I slip into the dark passage. I'm in the alley entrance. The buildings press in on both sides. I wade through the lines of traversing a muddied river. At least 100 lines are cut here tonight. But that doesn't make sense. I know this place. Dead or alive, there's no space for 100 zombies to fit here. That means that grisly scene before me can only be a single body dismembered into dozens of little pieces. It doesn't matter. I refuse to think about it. But what I can't bear is that with every step I take, The creaking gnawing of bone rattles my ears. Instinct strokes my brainstem with saw-like teeth, whispering, "Stop, don't go, turn back. That which awaits you at the end is not for your eyes to behold," it says. I know that already, but I won't go back. I won't abandon Arcuade. If I leave her now, I've got an awful, haunted feeling that she'll die. It's a premonition I can't shake, so despite my better judgment, I press further in. Ooh, it's bloody as hell over here. I'm here. There's no trace of zombie flesh. My mind runs cold. My vision is consumed. An ocean of red liquid waste covers every surface. The remnants of zombies, now faceless, arms crushed to pulp, insides completely mangled, violated totally and needlessly. The thick stench of blood mingles with the cold, still air, robbing me of my voice. Everything is red. The walls, the ground, perhaps even the moon's glow have taken on a crimson hue. A dull, squelching noise echoes through the alley. A creature, maybe the last of many, covered in thick, heavy lines, dies at her hands. She crushes it without effort or mercy, with a single hand, like an ant. The zombie's head is grabbed by unseen hands lifted into the air, where it dangles for a moment before an enormous pressure caves it inward, splattering the walls with blood and brains. I gaze upon this world where even the moonlight is crimson. At its center stands Arcuade. She hasn't noticed me. She's just staring at the moon, entranced, her breathing heavy and wild. I can't call for her. The creaking sensation in my spine reaches its climax. It's as if the saw finally cut through the bone. My consciousness is screaming. I can't stay here. I don't want to die, it wails. Oh! But it's too late. In this world of red and white, I am an intruder. The woman in white turns. Like a one-eyed demon, she shifts her terrible glare my way. That golden eye is blinding. Our eyes didn't meet, but I looked into hers all the same. That alone was enough to make the blood rush to my head. Enough to erase all reason, all sense of self. The first thing I feel is pure survival instinct. You can't be here. You can't look at that. Don't make your presence known. Don't let them see you. You can't talk to them. You can't coexist. It's impossible. You can't fight it. You can't escape. You can't even pray. No matter what you do... Oh shit, we got red text. You can no longer be saved. This creature is on a different level. Though the concept of levels is meaningless here. The difference between us is so vast, we may as well be on different planes of existence. It is more than me. It eclipses my being. Which is why every one of my blood vessels dilates at once. It starts with fear. A bloodlust akin to rapture follows soon after. Like lightning flashing across a clear sky, the clearest conclusion in the history of mankind. My cells rejoice at revelation on par with that of the most enlightened saints. It's simple. This thing shouldn't be allowed to exist. We have no need for it. So we must kill it. Kill it quickly. Kill it here. Kill it now. Be swept away by the pulsing river in your veins and expel that thing. My heart leaps. I know I couldn't win, yet every part of me rumbles and moans, urging me to kill her. This is all backwards. If I don't want to die, I should kill? You thought I'll be killed, I should kill? Is my head crammed with nothing but thoughts of murder? It's no use. My ego is gone. That eye. I shouldn't look into that golden eye. There's nothing I can do. There's no way to escape her. My blood declares, boiling with every beat. It surges in a way I can hardly resist. But there's something else. Something desperate to crush the desiccated husk of my rationality. Why do I want to kill? Is it because I don't want to die? So I need to kill before I'm killed? What a stupid thought. I'm going to die laughing at this rate. You don't need a reason. Be honest with yourself, Shikitono. Don't you remember what you did to that woman once upon a time? No, you. Your rationality is what needs to shut up. It's really that simple, isn't it? I want her. I want Arcuade. I've craved her from the moment I saw her. So badly it made me want to puke. I want all of her. Her body and mind. Her tears and her saliva. Her blood, her flesh, her desire, her frustration. My breathing is abnormal. I'm losing consciousness. The golden pupil flickers. Looking at her, I think that no matter how much I kill her, it'll never be enough.
Shiki.
Her eyes are red again, but it's already too late. We're past the point of no return. A stifled cry enters my ears. Like I care. I grip my knife tighter and push the woman to the ground. Oh dear. It's easy. All strength has left her body. Straining her, I wrap one hand around her throat. I raise the other high in the air, knife poised. There's just one thing left. Striking a single blow into the space between her breasts.
落ち着いてシキ。その目はもう使っちゃダメ。
I hear the woman's voice. The pulsing beat in my head boils. Shut up. My fingers tighten their grip around her neck. She throws her head back in pain. I struggle to believe it. She's normally brimming with strength, yet she can't even rid herself of my grip.
Shiki.
Man, this really took a fucking turn! Still struggling for air, she grasps my name. My heart pounds, impelled by the excitement in my blood. Each breath is wilder than the last. My vision is distorted. Every part of me feels like it's turned to lava. It's hot. So hot. I want release. My body moves. Slowly, purposefully, I remove myself from her stomach, sliding downward. Spreading her legs, I sink my hips into the space between. Her eyes shimmer with anxiety. That gaze only makes my brain boil at a higher pitch. My vision is bloodshot. I feel like I might faint. Every cell in my body cheers with elation. This is what we were born for. Oh, what was that censor there? Like it was normal before, and then it censored itself. What was that? If I don't, this woman right now, I'll go insane. Her vermilion-tinged cheeks, her neck so very soft. Nothing could surpass the form of the woman beneath me. I can feel her every motion. Her eyes, brilliant pools of gold that seem to suck in my soul. My arm leaves her neck. Its fingers trace her chest. They feel the softness of her body, of her legs. When my fingertips meet the pale skin of her abdomen, I notice the warmth that lies beneath her flesh.
違うよ。こんなの式じゃない。
Her voice trembles with heat. Her red eyes plead to me. With that, the last of my thoughts become unhinged. There's a soft gasp, a cry, as if to stifle her shame. With both hands, she desperately tries to push me off. But I grab her wrists, pinning them to the ground so they can't move. If only I had nails to hammer them down. Jesus! Them down with! With her hands like this, she looks like she belongs on a crucifix. Her eyes are filled with contempt and regret towards the man holding her down. The sight is intoxicating. She's even more alluring than she was before. I can't use both my arms. The second I let go, she no doubt severed my neck. The tension elicits a grin from me. I must be more beast than man. Oof. My urge to violate her is surpassed by my desire to see us kill each other. Content warning question mark? Once more my hand sees her pretty, pale throat. It's so pale. So pale. Only my mouth retains the freedom to move. I set my teeth to her chest. Yeah, if I could like, and I can imagine with like the original being like an arrow that had sex scenes or whatever. Is this Guro? Like, that's about to happen here. Her body still resisting convulses under his touch. He sighs. His breath traces her stomach. The tickle of warm air is enough to make her squirm. He moves aside her clothing and brings his tongue to her sensitive snow-white abdomen. Ready all that for you? I can't do it, I'm playing on PlayStation. Like this. Suddenly recalls a hunger. That's right. His stomach is empty. He's always been hungry. Saliva falls as he drools with a never-sated appetite. Ready to unplug the console? We could do that. The woman pushes against him, but she is no match for the hunger. What are you waiting for? It was the same before. Back then you were the main dish, but this time, you get to dine. For all our differences, we are identical at our core. Her drinking her blood at the park, this stupid impulse, the burgers you had for lunch, it's all the same. We eat because we must. We eat because it's fun. We eat because we want to. We devour each other out of love. That's all this is. For us animals, that's all it needs to be. This resistance was inevitable. Her plump breast jiggle below me. That trembling, mouth-watering canvas. The mark of a healthy woman. I sink my teeth into one of her breasts. She raises her voice. Her back arches with surprise. I don't pay it any mind. I'm looking. Is this like another bad-in that I fucking ran into? Fucking like. If it is, why it's just so prolonged? Where's Ro to kill me instantly? I nod until it feels like I might rip through, stopping short so I can run my tongue across and savor her taste. Her body heats up. I no longer feel a trace of the cold that hung so thick in the air. She struggles to muffle her cries, perhaps embarrassed by the sound. There's pity in her voice. My mind blurs. I've already abandoned all sanity and thought, but now it feels like my sense of self is getting more and more clouded. Her voice trembles with despair, but I don't hear it. I don't understand it. My knife rises higher, higher into the air. My vision is drowned by a bloody haze. The more conscious I grow of my urge to kill, the harder it becomes to stop myself from moving.
シキ、お願い。
A mournful voice. Her eyes are wet with tears.
違うよ。シキは私のこと好きじゃないのに。
My head hurts. My instincts scream to keep going. My heart insists that if I stop now, I'm dead. That somewhere down the line, she'll gut me in my sleep. But she's crying. This woman who always smiles so brightly, so confidently, is crying. I can't believe it. I can't allow it. If it were me, I would never make you cry. My head hurts. It's screaming at me to run. The conflicting impulses mesh together. One last time I ask myself what I want to do. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Save. Okay. Oh god, I want to say can't despise her. That might get us out of this. I feel this might be a trick answer. It's like, I'm scared about what's gonna happen here. I do not want a bad end here, specifically. So I'm going to hope that number 2 is the right answer. I can't do it. I can't make her cry again. Last time my headache made me feel this way, I killed her. So no, not again. Even if it burns my brain to cinders, I won't defile Arcuade. I pull away from Arcuade. The headache dissipates, and my heartbeat returns to normal. The clouds of violence clear from my mind, granting me full realization of what I was doing.
なんてことを。
Yeah, that got a little intense. Jesus. I can hardly believe myself, but the memory is all too clear. I pushed Arcuade against the ground. I tied my hand around her neck, and I was on the verge of running my knife through her body. And I sought out her flesh like a beast. What do I say to this? Arcuade readjusts her clothes as she gets back on her feet. How can I even start apologizing? Sorry isn't going to cut it. I did something deplorable. Evil.
アルクエイド。俺は。
気にしないで。謝らなくちゃいけないのは。
No, she's wrong. This is my fault. Who gives a shit about chronic anemia or never-ending dizziness? Neither of them matter. None of this would happen if I weren't so fucked up.
シキは私の魔眼を見てしまった。抑えることなんてできるはずがない。吸血鬼の目は未了の魔眼だと言ったでしょ。見た人間の気持ちに関係なく、自分の虜にする呪い。だから気にしないで。シキが私に性的欲求を感じたのもその一環。直視の魔眼があっても、あなたは所詮人間だから。
Arcuade coolly clears me of all responsibility. But I can't accept that. It's true that I went crazy the second I saw those golden eyes. That was nothing more than a trigger that set me off, though. It doesn't change the fact that in that moment, I truly, from the bottom of my heart, wanted to...
身勝手な勘違いはしないで。私、さっきは正気じゃなかったの。どうしようもなく乾いてて、自分じゃ解決できなかった。だから死者たちを見つけて発散した。
あなたはそれに巻き込まれただけ。公園でのことだって。あと少しで私は式を台無しにするところだった。
Pained silence overtakes her as she bites her lips. Though she doesn't speak a single word, I hear her apology clearly. Just seeing her so repentant is making my heart ache. It didn't feel like I was being controlled. If anything, it felt like my true desires had been unleashed. Like my mind was just following their lead.
アルクエイド、俺は
謝らないで。式、これは事故よ。私も忘れるから、あなたも忘れて。そうした方がお互いのためになるわ。
Arkway whispers these words before quietly walking away.
あれ
Her name catches in my throat. And though I want to reach out my hand to stop her, she refuses to move.
怖い思いをさせてごめんなさい。さよなら式。私たちもう会わない方がいいよね。
And like that, she disappears from the dark alleyway. The last thing I saw was her forced smile. Then she turned and leaped, like a rabbit on the moon.
なんで
Even if I gave chase, I'd never catch up. It's not like I have a way to stop her even if I did.
なんでお前が謝るんだよ。
Self-hatred and remorse gouge at my heart until there's nothing left. In the alley, the stage for this unspeakable tragedy, I gaze up at the white moon as if to repent. That's not the wolf I like the moon. That's me just going like, sheesh! Like, oh. Yeah, that got really scary there a little bit. I think we're going to call that a session and continue this next time, because, oh my god. Good lord. Ooh-wee. Yeah. Let me just say, yeah, Blood Red Mood 2. We'll just maybe see a little bit of this, but yeah, we're pretty much a good stopping point here a little bit. Oh, especially after that shit there. Because, oh my god. Yep, it sure is morning. Alright, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and call it here a little bit, so... let me go back to the title screen here. Oh yeah, but geez, Louise! Man, we had the perfectly normal date, and then all that happened there. Like, oh my god. Like, fuck, dude. Ooh-wee. I'm gonna have to think about this for a moment. Because, goddamn. Alrighty. But yeah, not much left of this route little. We still have a few more days. If we are able to, I would like to do 11, 12, 13, and 14 in one session next time. It's probably going to be a beefer of a session, because this is like 5 hours for like 2 of these routes or whatever. 2 of these days, rather, and stuff like that, so I don't know. Because, again, part of me is just trying to, like, sort of kind of rush this, because I got, like, another project about to do for streams, like, after 4th of July here, so... Trying to, like, do that in hand, and it's like, oh god, fuck, it's still going, help. But still, either we do that, or we just pace ourselves normally, or we'll see what we'll do. But I'm still giving us, like, the usual, like, 3 to 5 hours or whatever, and stuff like that, and we'll probably call it there. Sometimes a little more, like the 6 hours we did that one time, but still, no. But either way, I'm more, especially after that stuff there, I am more than content to leave it off of that here, because, oh. Whoa. But either way, I hope everyone enjoyed the stream, though, a little bit, because, oh my god. With all that said and done, that is going to be it for this session of Tsukihime Remake, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon. As far as next stream goes, probably not gonna stream tomorrow. Big old 4th of July, so fire is gonna be happening everywhere. Like, oh god. So we'll probably do another stream on the 5th of July here. Don't know if I'm gonna do this again, or I'm gonna start the new, like, stream playthrough I want to do here. Water. Yeah, I'll drink water to that!
It's time to drink water.
Probably leanings on doing, like, the new playthrough to go along with this here and stuff like that. Yeah, thanks for streaming. Yeah, thanks for watching, Pixel Dominus. But yeah, we'll see. I'll think about it. I'll think about what we'll do for the 5th here. It's Sunday, right? It's Sunday. Yeah, it's Sunday here. Yeah, I'll think of something. I'll think of something for then. But yeah, until then, I have been your host, Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have yourselves a good one, and take care. I will see you guys next time. Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.